Rosie, can you check that she's not in the participant list?
She hasn't joined.
Okay.
Should we give a minute or a second? Because there are more attendees joining.
Okay, yeah, let's just give it a few seconds. Let everyone get on. Okay, let's go ahead and start. Let's start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Rosie, can you get us our flag, please?
Sure, just give me a second. Sarah, would you like to lead the Pledge of Allegiance?
Sure. Do we have like a little thing to show?
Hold on, she'll get it,
Okay.
I think.
Okay.
Give her a sec. Get our flag up.
Mhm. Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, first thing, we need to approve our agenda. I need a motion and a second, please.
So moved.
I'll second.
Do we do roll on that?
Yes. Mary Beth,
Yeah, I.
Freya,
Aye.
Sophia,
Aye.
Kimberly,
Aye.
Sarah,
Aye.
and Lisette is absent. Thank you.
Thanks, Rosie. Okay, we'll move now to communications. We have public comments. We have 4 people that would like to comment. Let's start off with Monica Razoff. If you could bring her and Rosie, that would be great.
Monica, you're muted.
Hi, can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Question is, can you see me or no?
No, we see your name.
Okay. I'm not seeing an option for me to be put me on video.
We
So-
regularly allowed public speakers to talk, but we don't put the video on,
Okay,
Monica.
that's fine. All right. Well, hi, everyone. Thanks for the time. My name's Monica Rossoff. And the reason I asked to speak today was to communicate with you guys about applying best practices to the oversight of contracts and expenses. I know this is a dry topic, but I'm a scientist by training, but I have well over a decade in the private industry, in the biopharma industry, reviewing and managing partnerships with multi-million-dollar budgets. So I'm very, very familiar with what type of oversight is effective for large dollar, budgets. And I thought it was important to share that information with you guys. So I'm going to go I sent some slides by email. It's my understanding I can't share my screen, but I'm going to refer to the slides. So if you guys have them, I can refer to them by number. If not, I'll be descriptive. So can I confirm if you guys have the slides? Okay, great. All right, so if we go to slide 1, let's sort of kind of level set here. This is all to me about kind of overall compliance, and what I would like to share with you guys is the most important thing from my perspective is that our school district be compliant with these sort of really basic principles to have effective oversight. The school budget is especially if you count the Measure M, is really huge. And so the key thing here is what's highlighted, which is that according to the education code, all the payments from funds should be approved by written order by the governing board, which is the school board. Okay, and to cut to the chase, at this point, the Cabrillo School District is not doing it as the other school districts are. And that's what I want to, highlight here. So if we go to slide 3, what you'll see is that, normally in the consent agendas for all the school districts websites that I surveyed as part of this exercise, They all have a line item that is to review and approve expenses and contracts. And so this particular example is the agenda for Pacifica for their meeting, from the 1st. But it's just to highlight, you can see on the bottom, there's the actual expenses as well as, contracts. So if you go to slide 4, right now, I couldn't find a school district other than our own that didn't have this as part of their normal agenda. So I listed a few of the examples that I used in this presentation, but I would encourage you to kind of peruse because I couldn't find one that operated without, in the same way as we do, without this particular item. And the types of expenses that are listed, they go from, basically copy, $40 for copies to multi-million-dollar, line items for construction and whatnot. But the important piece to highlight here is that they are actually line items. They are not categories. And that's very important in my mind in terms of oversight, because the whole idea is to have transparency to exceptions that would kind of catch one's eye. That's, in my experience, my professional experience, that's something that needs to be done as part of sort of normal oversight. Second, besides the oversight from the board, the other piece that I think is very important is that these expenses and contracts should be transparent to the public. And again, that's impossible to do if they're not part of this sort of agenda process, this kind of consent process. In our particular case, as you probably heard behind the scenes, or if you haven't, this all came about because we were trying to get some information about a fence that was recently built. And, my sort of initial assumption was all of this stuff would be online because of my assumption about the process, but that wasn't the case. And so the important part here is that transparency and the approval process is important. And I'll finish up, if you go to slide 5, this is an example of a warrant, which is the expense list from San Mateo Foster City School District. And highlighted on the right are the line item costs, just to give you an example of, the variety of it's not all large dollar, it's not by category, it's actually items. And similarly, the contracts also get reviewed and approved. This is a Belmont Redwood Shores example. You got 3 contracts, one of them, kind of like just an engagement letter for a small dollar amount, second one is a larger engagement, contract, and, so the costs vary. There's no sort of like, you only see something above a certain cost. You actually do see everything. It's the standard practice, basically. And I'll just close out. I think that I have only one more slide.
You have 30 minutes to wrap up your comment, Monica.
Yeah, thank you.
30 seconds.
Yep. So we have I wanted to highlight, we do have the Citizens Oversight Committee. That is post hoc. It doesn't really meet the needs of the sort of California statute. And it's also done by categories. And so I'll just highlight here, for example, here's an example of a category where there are dates and stuff. It's for the legal expenses. Note the amounts. These are enormous amounts for outside counsel. And also note that there's actually a construction company in the middle. This just is, this is a good starting point, but this is not in my mind adequate to really exercise the oversight by the board. And then finally, here's my summary. I mean, basically what I'm asking here is that the board, could adopt the same best practices that you would see in the other school districts. And that is contracts, total value, spending limits specified, review and approval of expenses, including those smaller than 50,000, and also prioritization of projects smaller than 50,000 so that the public is informed. These things should be transparent to the public. We should not be in a situation where something gets built and we don't know anything about it. We've never heard anything about it. And there's nothing available in the public domain for us to kind of be informed about. So I thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer questions, but thanks for your time and for your consideration.
Thanks, Monica. Thanks for letting us know your opinion on things. Next, we have Mark Brazoff.
Just want to remind speakers that we have 3 minutes for comments.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Hi, my name's Mark Rossoff. Thanks for taking the time to listen to my comments this evening, and I would like to address the fence that was built behind our house more specifically. So the background around this is that Elanto Properties obtained a CDP permit to install a 6-foot hog wire fence in 2012. And I assume you also received the presentation that I sent? Okay, great. So this is slide 2. I'm speaking to. So this fence separates a Half Moon Bay High School property from the Elanto property. The school district installed an 8-foot chain link fence parallel to this Elanto fence sometime between August 6th and August 12th this summer when we were actually out of town. None of the neighbors were notified of this new installation, and none of the neighbors were notified. However, I'd like to point out that we were notified on May 25th of the tree trimming and landscaping project that was on the hillside behind Highland Avenue. So if you go to slide 3, we wanted to know, like, how did this happen and whether it was permitted, et cetera. And when we reached out, we got conflicting information. So we first went to the city and talked to them about it, and they said you should contact the school. When we contacted the school, CUSD representative stated the fence was grandfathered in with the Elanto CDP. Later, we discussed this with the city representative, and after evaluating and investigating this, he came up with the following quote: "To my knowledge, the fence is not covered under existing district permits. If we determine that it is not covered under the Elanto CDP, the district will have to submit an after-the-fact CDP application for the new fence." So this was after we asked them about it. So obviously the fence had been built. So my questions to the board and the district are, why does the district continue to perform construction without going through the proper evaluation and permitting? And a perfect example of this is the track and field improvements that had to be withdrawn in 2015. And the impact of this was that the improvements to the track were delayed, and these were improvements that were well needed. It cost the district greater than $40,000 in reimbursement of legal fees to an advocacy group called AFOG. I'd like to point out that my family is not affiliated in any way with AFOG, so let's make that clear. In addition, this cost the district's own legal fees because they were sued, so there must be additional district legal fees, as well as the cost to redo the planning for the project and eventually implement it. And so my question is, does this really display good stewardship of the budget bond fund? And lastly, are there better ways for us to spend the money? We keep hearing about how tight the budget is for schools and facilities. And do we believe a fence parallel to another fence that we've been told costs $17,000 is appropriate use of these funds? And I'd like to note that the fence cost documentation was requested but not provided. So those are my comments, and I thank you for your time and attention, and I'm happy to discuss this if you have any questions.
Thank you, Mark, for sharing your thoughts. Next up, we have Christy Walker.
Good evening. This is Christy Walker. I'm a parent and a community member. And I first want to start by thanking the board and the school district for all your hard work regarding dealing with COVID the last year and a half. As we all know, it's been challenging for everyone. And I appreciate your commitment to science and community health and safety. I am speaking to you tonight because I think it's very important that at this juncture that while the FDA fully approved the Pfizer vaccine 2 weeks ago, that we now take the step to mandate that all staff and teachers be fully vaccinated for our district and get that in place as soon as possible. We see that the numbers of infection are increasing. greatly. We're getting a big surge that's happening. Some places it's worse than it ever has been. And we're lucky to live in California where we have certain things in place more than other places in the country, but it's coming. And if we don't act now, we could end up having a really big problem on our hands, particularly because we have many students and staff and faculty all in small spaces throughout the day. We also have a number of staff members, whether they're doing music or PE, or whether they're special ed staff that are moving from one campus to another and are potential vectors for COVID to be spread between campus communities. And of course, we've got lots of campuses that have families that have members of their families that are on different campuses every day, right? You might have an elementary school student and a Cunha student. You might even have a high school student in the same family. So I think it's really important that we do all we can to mitigate the potential spread. And I would like to see the board come up with a mandate for vaccinations for all staff and volunteers, and to follow the lead of the Palo Alto Unified School District, which has mandated this already and is requiring daily testing for all staff that come on campus. I think the state is recommending right now weekly testing. And I believe that's what we're doing currently for folks that haven't shown their vaccination status. And I don't think that that's sufficient given the potential that can happen of spread in 1 week. If you get tested one day, you get the virus later that day, then you've got a whole 7 days to spread it throughout the whole community. I would also like us to mandate that students that are eligible also be required to get the vaccination. And that we put that mandate in place as well. The more people we have vaccinated in our community, the better we can protect those who can't be vaccinated, either because of other conditions or their age. And we've got 250,000 kids in this country who contracted COVID during a 1 week period last week. So this is a real problem. It is affecting kids, and we need to do all we can to protect them. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Christy, for coming and sharing your thoughts. The last comment we have, which I will read, is from Katrine Brown. Her comment reads, I am a parent of CUSD immersion students in the 7th, 5th, and 2nd grades. I am very concerned with the number of open teacher positions at the start of the school year. I want to make sure that the district is doing all that it can to retain and recruit teachers in light of the ongoing teacher shortages. In the small sample size of my 3 school-age kids, my 2nd grader started school with a long-term sub who is moving next week. One of my 5th graders teachers wasn't able to teach for the first week because of paperwork, fingerprinting, clearance that my 7th grader has a long-term sub for SLA, ELA, and math. With the learning loss due to the pandemic, it is very disconcerting to then have this uncertainty and instability at the start of the school year. I want to make sure that all available resources are being made available to retain, recruit, and support teachers. Thank you. Thank you, Katrine, as well, for sharing your thoughts. Okay, that is all we have for public comments. Now we're going to go to employee organization reports, and we have CUTA, I believe, here to give that.
Vice President Alexander, board members, Superintendent McFetridge, and district management. My name is Sean Reardon, and along with Claudia Lundstroth, I'm co-president of the Cabrillo Unified Teachers Association. There are two crises facing CUSD this year. Obviously, COVID, but secondly, the teacher shortage. COVID, of course, with changing protocols, changing science, changing expectations. And we need to continue to work across our sites and modalities to push out information to our teachers, students, and parents when changes come about COVID exposures, COVID tracing, and the consequences of the failure to adhere to mask mandate in classroom settings. The entire CUSD community needs more than an email blast to push out these life-changing issues. The second crisis, of course, is what I'd like to speak tonight, and was it Ms. Brown? I think I have a few answers for her. It's a fact that the school districts nationwide are having trouble filling positions at this time. As you're aware, there are 7 open positions right now, classroom teacher positions in Cabrillo Unified School District. Some of them have been posted since the spring. However, Cabrillo Unified School Districts has, this is all I'm reading some lists here, so this one is not easy speaking, but this is all according to EdJoin website, EdJoin being the application website for all teachers in California, public school teachers. South San Francisco Unified School District has 2 special ed positions open and 2 classroom positions open. The starting salary is higher than CUSD, and they have the same benefit package. Burlingame School District has 0 open positions posted. Starting salary is higher, same benefit package. Brisbane School District has 1 special education position open, starting salary higher than CUSD, same benefit package. San Mateo Foster City School District. This is a revenue limit district that is a K-8 district, meaning we are in a better funding situation and they are funded at a lower level per student due to their K-8 status. They have 4 times our students and only 1 special ed position open. They have 0 classroom teacher positions open. And despite what some have heard, they have the same benefit package at CUSD. San Mateo Foster City is the school district that had an aspirational board policy not to save money in a reserve, but to bring their teachers to the top 10% of revenue limit districts. And you know what? They're beating us by $8,000 right now. There are 7 positions open for EdJoin for CUSD, more than any surrounding district. Classroom teachers and special education teachers are required by law. CUSD cannot hire and it cannot attract because of our low salaries. It cannot retain. We always hold San Mateo Foster City School District as an example because it's a revenue limit district that has, for as long as I've been involved in negotiations, it has a lower entry-level salary. It's also the elementary school district. But over the past few years, with the prioritization of salary, San Mateo Foster City currently pays $8,000 more than our first-year teachers. Reaching the salaries of San Mateo Foster City would be great, but it's really not enough. We need to hire high school teachers. San Mateo Union High School District has an entry level of $76,000, $23,000 more. We are competing with them as well. In addition, San Mateo Union High School teachers, they get a $2,000 bonus this fall. Full family medical, dental, and vision. How can CUSD compete? To attract and retain teachers, salaries must be at least commensurate with the San Mateo Foster City. Then the board needs to strive, perhaps aspirationally, not to save money, but to give their teachers a raise. The unaudited actuals show the money is there. School districts are not banks. Present dollars are needed to fund present buying needs. Low salary schedule and difficult working conditions, of course, contribute to teacher exodus. By amassing millions of dollars in reserve, the district is undermining its mission to provide high quality education to our students. Board members, tomorrow at the special board meeting, be bold and be brave. Insist that upcoming negotiations include approval for funds that will raise teachers' compensation fairly. You need to serve the needs of our students to eliminate the need to fill unfilled positions. You need to retain experienced teachers and attract the best of the narrowing stream of new educators. The needs of the CUSD teachers, students, and parents may force you to rethink your aspirational board policy of a 15% reserve. Failure to provide a raise with a projected total reserve of 17.67 and an unrestricted reserve of 14.67 would be a disservice to our students, teachers, parents, and the voters of the COSIDE. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, moving along. We do not have a CSEA report tonight, I hear. We'll move on to board member reports. Do I have someone who would like to start?
Just a quick pause. I wonder, Mary Beth, if Stig was able to join us after all.
I see he's here.
So just wanted to just pause for a sec to
Okay.
make sure. And if not, then we can go to comments.
Can you raise your hand, Stig, if you do want to speak?
Stig doesn't have a comment tonight.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, board member reports. Sophia, since you're on, you want to start?
Sure. Thanks everybody for being here. It's been a whirlwind of a month opening school. So first things first is thank you to everybody for that Herculean task of getting us up and running. And as Jesus likes to say, we building the plane as we fly it. And we'd like to think that in some days, on good days, we feel like the pandemic is mostly behind us. But the fact is it's still here with us, alive and well, as Christy referenced in her comments. And it's really continues to be moving target. And I think the more we can work together towards that goal of safety and an environment where everyone can thrive and learn and grow, kids, grown-ups, all of us, I think the better we'll all be. So that's first what I wanted to say. Thank you for that. And I really, took me a long time to kind of go through the packet for this meeting because I think it's really an important one. I think it's probably one of the most important meetings we've had since the start of the pandemic, not just because we're getting an update on the evolving safety protocols, which are fairly straightforward at this point. I think we're mostly used to most aspects of them, and we'll talk about that more later. But and we're going to get our budget update, which is always good. We'll have the proclamation of our annual LGBTQ plus History Month, which I am so grateful for. But I'm really grateful for the data Leticia and others will be sharing with us today around our student outcomes. And I'm really excited that we'll be reviewing our draft equity statement here tonight with the public as well. So to me, those data and that equity statement are really super important. Equity and excellence go hand in hand. You can't have one without the other. And I hope everyone that's here will listen to those discussions with an open heart and an open mind, and really take heart how we all play a role in this, and we can all work together to address some of the needs in our community. This is a crisis as well for our students and our families, and I hope we can all recognize that by working together towards it, we work together towards some of the other challenges that we face as well. So I think of Maya Angelou a lot. One of my kind of anchors from her teachings are what she has had said around doing the best you can until you know better. Then when you know better, do better. And I feel this is something that for me inspires me because it kind of living that mantra, if you will not only help our students and our families, but it helps all of our morale. And I think that's something we could all use for being well and growing and thriving and being happy. So do the best you can until you know better. Then when you know better, do better. So hopefully we can keep that close to our hearts as we embark on this restorative restart back to school and in the coming months and years to come. So thank you.
Thanks, Sophia. Freya or Kim?
I can go. So just want to say thank you for the folks who make the public comments, and just to remind all of those that we're not allowed by state law to actually have a discussion about those comments, because we need to make sure that we agendize things ahead of time so that the public knows that we're going to be discussing them. But I just wanted to say that I really appreciate you bringing those up, particularly the Rossoffs and their mentions of kind of the protocols of how other districts do these things. And I want you to know that I at least will take that seriously and look into how we can make sure that we're as transparent as possible about everything that we're doing. So I really appreciate you bringing that up. And Christy, of course, I appreciate you bringing up the stuff on COVID. And looking forward to talking more about that at our board agenda item that's on that subject for our return to school. And of course, on our teacher shortage, which was spoken about both by the parent and by Sean. And Sean, I just want to thank you for bringing that up. And I agree. I just feel like we need to be paying our teachers. Our teachers are our program. They are the heart of our schools. Every day, they are who our children see. They are the ones dispensing knowledge. And I just really, really appreciate you reminding us of our important obligation to teachers. And I really, truly feel that. So thank you for that. And just, real briefly, still very excited about our environmental committee. We met again yesterday and moving forward on recycling and projects at the high school. And thank you again to my co-student leaders who helped me plan the meeting and helped me run the meeting. And of course, to Jesus and Sean, who are helping us from the district level, making sure that things are implemented, and to Joseph Santoni, who is behind the scenes helping with the environmental committee at the high school, but also helping with our larger environmental committee and really getting things off the ground. So we're excited to start working more on rain barrels, which is already a project that we have with the HEAL project. And so that's moving forward, and also exploring other areas of expanding the recycling and compost and other things, as well as environmental education and looking at that in a new way. So that was really fun and exciting to be involved in. So, and other than that, I think everybody's been back at school and getting used to the new normal. And I know that can be kind of hard and exhausting. So I just wanted to say thank you to all the teachers and the staff that have had to put in all this work to get us back to where we are. And of course, to the children who show up as well and have to get used to this new phase of after having a break, and the challenges that are coming from that as well. So hope everyone continues to have a great and relaxing fall, and looking forward to the rest of the meeting. That's all.
Thanks, Freya. Kim, you want to go ahead?
Sure. Sorry, I've got a couple thoughts here, but I'm delighted that kids are back in school, and I know it's still a hard time with COVID, but I really appreciate all of our families working together to make it work for the kids. One of the items that I wanted to mention that's on the consent agenda tonight was the LCAP. And I am thrilled beyond belief that this is the first time this document has included visual and performing arts. Do I think we're done yet? No, I'm never going to be, 100% until we have really sustainable programming K through 12, because I believe it's an equity issue. And we had the opportunity at our board retreat that President Cortez and Dr. McFetridge put together for us. I know that Lizette and Sophia have worked really hard with the equity committee, but for the board to be able to speak to its values and talk about what equity means. And, some families, if a school district doesn't provide it, not a big deal. They can seek opportunities elsewhere. But in reality, kids learn better when they have a variety of experiences in their lives. So thank you to Dr. Bhatia for being intentional with that inside the LCAP document. And the final item that I want to speak to is the real estate committee. If we go back about, more than a year ago, we were talking about real estate behind the scenes and what do we do with our surplus properties, and there was recommendations on selling some pieces. And Mary Beth and I were both passionate about, hey, let's make sure that we use our resources in a sustainable way, that we consider options that could generate income or workforce housing. You know, what can we do unique here on the coast side? And long story short is we went through a process, spoke to multiple parties. Jesus helped us put together an RFP, and we had 3 serious proposals that came in, listened to presentations from all of them, and we get to, this whole community, all of the board members and you, the public, get to hear from the one that really kind of stood out in terms of being able to present ideas to us and dig into the facts and see what we can do with our resources here on the coast side. So I'm just really pleased and delighted that we'll have that conversation next month. So that's all. Thanks.
Thanks, Kim. Yes, the real estate committee has been busy. I just wanted to briefly talk about what we did at our retreat, our special session that we had after our last board meeting on a Saturday, which the public is all invited to. But one thing in particular, there was a packet that went out with that, and there was a study in there, and I've talked about parts of this study before, the Lighthouse study. And the study is called 8 Characteristics of Effective School Boards. And number 2 really stuck out to me. So I thought I would read that tonight and just focus on that, because I think it's something that we're doing a good job with as a board, our staff, and our community. And this is how it reads. Effective school boards have strong shared beliefs and values about what is possible for students and their ability to learn, and of the system and its ability to teach all children at high levels. And that really stuck to me. And I thought, you know, I feel like we have a lot of work to do. We have a lot of things that aren't great and need to be better. But I think that's something we're doing really well as a board, as a staff, and as a community. I believe that children have a huge potential for learning, and that we have the trained and driven staff that want to, and community that really want to help them reach that potential. So I know we have a long way to go, but I want us to be positive about the work that's being done here, because I think there's a lot of good things going on, and I feel like we're all on the same page. So when I read that, it really rang true. We're not making excuses. We know we always need to continue to work to improve. We need to overcome our shortfalls, but I'm very optimistic about what's happening here and what our kids can do. And I just want to continue to improve on that. And if you're interested at all in reading it, it's all online in our board packet from that meeting. There was a few things in there that were pretty interesting. So anyway, if you like reading about education and how to make strong school districts, take a look. I thought it was nice. So we've got those shared beliefs and values about what's possible for those kids. So those are my comments for tonight. We have our student board member report now. Sarah, you're up.
Hi. So I'm going to be sharing the schools reports. So starting off, we have Fairlawn View. Students at Fairlawn View are preparing for a busy month of September. This Friday, we're kicking off our bi-monthly Spirit Days with Animal Day. Teachers, students, and staff will be sporting clothing and fun animal prints and designs. September 15th, we'll begin celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month. We are so glad that CUSD has decided to partner with All Us to provide special visual and performing arts instructions to our younger students this year. September 17th, we'll be hosting a school-wide cleanup day. Students in kindergarten through 3rd grade will be cleaning up our campus and the trails that surround it, while 4th and 5th grade students will be walking to Montera Beach to clean up. Students will learn all about the importance of protecting our watershed, as well as reducing our waste. Then from Hatch, we have Hatchies celebrated Crazy Hair Day last week. It was so much fun seeing all the creative hairstyles made using dinosaurs, cupcakes, donuts, and every color of the rainbow. We look forward to our school picture day tomorrow. Classes will take turns going to the cafeteria to take their individual pictures. We're so proud of how hard Hatchies will have worked together to stay safe on campus, wearing masks indoors and keeping their distance while eating indoors or outdoors. Then from Cunha, we have Cunha has had a fantastic spirit day that we held outdoors this year. Students spent the day grade by grade competing in fun events like the sleeping bag drag and textbook carry. We finished the day with speeches from our candidates for student body officer positions and returned to class to fill out election ballots. Next week, our 8th graders begin their historical figures project. The staff is also looking forward to a pizza luncheon given by our leadership class. Thanks! And finally, we are working on plans for a safe outdoor Cunha dance. From Half Moon Bay High School, we have Half Moon Bay High School is excited for Club Jam tomorrow at lunchtime on the campus. This is where over 40 clubs will be in the quad looking to recruit new members. Both Vape Escape and One of a Kindness campaign will be starting on Wednesday, September 22nd during advisory class. Mr. Nazar will be taking signups over the next week for these service organizations. The leadership class is working really hard with school and district leaders to hopefully hold a safe homecoming dance in October. The first progress mid-quarter grades will be published on School Loop on Friday, September 17th. From Pilarcitos High School, we have Pilarcitos teachers and staff have been excited to have students on campus. We are also so very happy to be able to resume our farm science days at Potrero Fridays and hope that we will be able to bring back farm to desk. From La Costa Adult School, we have classes have started, ESL 1 through 5, high school equivalency, Spanish, and computer office sciences skills. We have most classes held online through Zoom, but we also have some classes in person. High school equivalency, study and support lab, ESL 1 and 3, computer office skills. We are currently in the process of expanding our community partnerships. CSM Counselor is now on site Wednesday afternoons, and COSIDE Hope will begin offering citizenship classes via one of our classes at the end of September. We are also looking forward to build a facilities maintenance and nursing workforce pathway, and we've been in the talks with CSM for articulation and an outside consulting agency for support with developing the program. Finally, from Los Listos Preschool, we started school at Los Listos on August 12th with 28 students enrolled, 14 in the morning session and 14 in the PM session. We had an orientation and back to school night via Zoom with high parent attendance and at the end of August. We have been getting to know the children and doing observations for portfolios and lesson planning development in the areas of math and language and social emotional skills. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. Now we have our superintendent report.
Thank you very much. I do want to speak about the FAQs letter that we sent out last night. COVID-19 is still very much with us. In that letter, I talked about the COVID-19 dashboard we have on our website, where we're tracking weekly the reports of cases that we've had. I think it is interesting for the public to keep track of that, but I know this has impacted almost every school now. It may be just one student at this school, 2 students at this school, staff member at this school, staff member at this school, but it is a time for us all to be very diligent. I share the opinions of the speakers before me that this is an important time. I cannot urge enough the importance of vaccines. We keep hearing that basically students, when they're getting it, or they're getting it from adults, and they're not getting it from adults on our campuses, they're getting it from adults in the world that are not vaccinated. And so if I sound like a broken record about getting a vaccine, it's because science has shown it's the only way to keep people from getting seriously ill. You still might get COVID-19, but your chance is much less if you get a vaccine, wear a mask, wash hands, and keep distance. And we know that schools, in the Bay Area are opening and having not a lot of outbreaks because of this layered effect. We have to stay diligent. I agree with that. And I hope the public and our staff will bear with me as I continue to play broken record about the importance of vaccines, the importance of masks. We try to give links there to our COVID-19 dashboard. We tried to show also about the contact tracing. Contact tracing is very time intensive. All our principals have been through Johns Hopkins contact tracing. We've heard from the San Mateo Department of Public Health that our principals are doing a good job. They work with our district nurse, Susan Vanna, and they work with other staff members to do contact tracing, but it's very time intensive. It's a pull away from instructional improvement and all that stuff, but it has to be done. It has to be done. So I do want to speak to Ms. Walker's question about the vaccine mandate. We did see that Los Angeles is now unified as saying that by January, they want all students vaccinated. I think it's something that is in the public air now, that people are thinking about this. We have no shots, no school right now, but really mandating vaccines for students is something that I think the legislature is going to be wrestling with, and is probably something that we will hear from the state. And we know that there are legal risks happening now, and we're getting other reports about, hey, it's illegal to mandate vaccines. With regard to our teachers and our support staff, last week I was spending time sifting through the reports of all the people who had provided us with vaccination verifications. And then I took those reports personally or emailed them personally to some sites, but to our big sites. I took them personally and sort of eyeballed the administrators and say, okay, now you have to eyeball these teachers and remind them that the mandate is this: you show that you're vaccinated or you prepare to test weekly. We are currently working with the California Department of Public Health. I think Martha Ladd can speak to that later today. Where the California Department of Public Health will be helping us with testing, pooled testing for our elementary school students, and testing as needed for students and staff. So our hope is that everyone will get a vaccine. And if they don't get a vaccine, the mandate is then to test weekly and to show us that testing. And that includes all workers. So that's volunteers, that's contractors. It's a very time-intensive job now to be the basically vaccine police or the testing police, but that's what's required, and that's what we will do. Most districts, I was on a phone call today with high school superintendents and Nancy McGee. Most districts are really struggling with this right now, and most districts are really struggling with staffing issues. You heard earlier today that teacher vacancies exist. My colleagues in South San Francisco, in Jefferson Union High School District, in San Mateo Union High School District, this is pulling all of us away from work and making us all respond. And I agree with Mr. Reardon that there is work to do to pay our teachers so that we can recruit and retain them, and to pay all our staff so we can recruit and retain them. We also have openings in other areas. I've worked with the Chamber of Commerce to have our openings listed on that website. I've worked with Ayudando Latinos a Soñar to share that with them. They have actually helped us get some Spanish-speaking candidates, which I think is really important for this district. I've spoken to other teaching organizations, other hiring organizations. There's more work we need to do. And it is true that we need to catch up. I do want to remind everybody that 2 years ago, we were in a budget crisis, and yet we were able to give a 3% and a 3% raise for 1920 and 2021. And I look forward to getting back to the negotiations table on the 22nd with CUTA. Had a long talk with Sean Reardon and Claudia Lundstreth, the presidents of CUTA, a week ago. I'm looking forward to those regular sessions, and I look forward to getting back to negotiations. We will wind up paying teachers more to recruit and retain. It's something we need to do, and the board will authorize us on what we can negotiate. And I will recommend items, as will Mr. Contreras, about where we can go with that. And it will be a long process, but we also have to balance the needs of the whole district. And so I just want to make sure that that's very clear. So I've spoken about testing ahead. We look forward to that for students and staff. I've talked about the COVID-19 dashboard. I've talked about contact tracing. We will continue to try to communicate in ways that we can, whether it's school messenger about vaccination sites. or in emails and letters home, or in board meetings or in videos we can provide. I think I'll stop there because I think Martha Ladd and Susan Vanna will probably be presenting on sort of like that, shoring up that health with our return to schools. I mentioned Ms. Walker. I do want to talk to Ms. Brown also. We are speaking to people about those openings, and it is difficult when a teacher is not in a classroom and we continue to try to recruit. Just a couple weeks ago, we were actually able to hire a new substitute that could be a long-term substitute in a class, and I'm hoping that that could eventually turn into a teacher. We are looking for people in these positions, and it will take a while for us to negotiate salaries. Actually, tonight, you will see that we've worked to raise the substitute teacher rate. I'd heard this from Kathleen Wall, the chief negotiator from CUTA. I'd heard this from Shannon Murray, a teacher at Hatch. I've heard it from many people. We need to increase our sub rates. And so I want to make sure that you know that we are recommending that to the board tonight. And as far as the comments from the Rosofts earlier today, I look forward to working with the board on continuous improvement, attainment of best practices. We're always interested in that. We may have a disagreement about the value of the fence. And I'll just leave it at that. I've met with the Rosofts. Mr. Contreras has met the Rosofts. We have a very particular position that the fence was important because we heard other members of the community talk about people jumping over the fence and the concerns they had about the eucalyptus grove on the Alianto property. And so people in that neighborhood over this last few months and indeed years ago had talked about that. So we may have a different value about the nature of health and safety. So I understand it's not just about the fence for them. I understand it's about best practices. We do have an oversight committee for the bond. There are ways that we can present more warrants in a timely way. I'll take that up with the board and see what they want to do on that regard. But we do have a threshold currently, a resolution. So we complied with that with the board, that if it's under $50,000, you know, we might not bring that immediately and make that installation or make that expense. Always happy to look at improvements in that regard. Yeah. I think it's a full night tonight. I'm excited about being able to present on the equity statement that Ms. Lane and Ms. Cortez and I, when we were in the California School Boards Association Equity Network Symposium, over the course of 4 or 5 Saturdays, we were able to work in that workshop with district leaders and with board members across the state, and then drafted an equity statement, presented that at the retreat to the board. They gave me comments on how to make it shorter, and I tried to get everybody's opinion and workshopping in that involved. And we also have the LGBTQ resolution. So with that, I won't jump to the chase, but I look forward to the meeting tonight.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on to the consent agenda. I'll get a motion in a second, and then we'll have discussion if there is any.
So moved.
Thanks, Kim. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Rosie, can you do roll call for us?
Mary Beth,
Aye.
Freya,
Aye.
Ria,
Aye.
Kimberly, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Hi, sorry, I was muted.
Thank you. And Sarah.
Aye.
So that's 4 + 1 absent. Thank you.
Thanks, Rosie. Our first item of general business is proclamation designating October as LGBTQ History Month. Dr. McFetridge, I assume you're speaking on that. You're muted. You're muted.
Thank you. And I'm wondering, point of order, did we have the equity statement before that?
They're
Yeah,
on my agenda.
I think we did in the packet, at least. It's A is review of equity statement draft.
Okay, maybe I printed this out and there was a change.
Or
Okay,
maybe this is an old one, I don't know.
My apologies. So I'll start with the equity statement draft, if that's okay with you, Vice President Alexander.
yeah, I better look at the most recent one apparently.
I think page 3 of 5, it's up there. And anyway, so review of equity statement draft. So as I was discussing, in past years, we have sort of identified as a governance team 3 overarching system improvement goals for Cabrillo Unified School District as a school district. Academic improvement, you're going to see a report later on tonight that's going to show again our sort of data on academic attainment, where we know that we can improve. We can always improve, but we are targeting those efforts based on that data. On sustainability, and you heard Freya McCammett talk about our environmental committee and the work that we've been doing at a district level with solar and with working with HEAL Project on rainwater and barrels to collect rainwater and lights. And there's been a lot of stuff, but now we have the environmental committee and the students and teachers and community members working on identifying new goals for us with as far as waste diversion, composting, recycling. And third item that is the big overarching item is a focus on equity. So again, Lizette Cortez and Sophia Lane and I participated in the California School Boards Association Equity Network. We went to those symposia, if you will, these Saturday events. And then at the retreat, we provided a draft equity statement. So I'm going to ask Rosie to show the equity statement itself because I want the public to see it. I also want to point out that it was really important for the board and for me and for all of us on the team who were sort of generating this over the past few months, that we would have a Spanish translation. And I want to thank in particular Rosie Acosta and Josefina Infanzon for doing that, because it really jogged my thinking about, hey, when you translate something into another language, it gives whole new meaning to sort of our revision. So as we were translating into Spanish, then I could see, oh, I have to look at how that sort of informs our thinking on this statement. So I'm going to read the statement. Equity in education is defined as the targeted allocation of resources based on critical unmet needs, so all students may develop to their full academic and social emotional potential. This is basically a definition that comes from the National Equity Project. These resources may include adequate funding, rigorous and culturally meaningful curriculum, instruction and enrichment, technology, family engagement, and social emotional support or other specialized support services. In bold, you will see a belief statement. In CUSD, we firmly believe all students can succeed when given support and experiences they need. Academic outcomes in school districts, including ours, have long been predictable to a variety of student characteristics like race, ethnicity, home language, national origin, family income, ability, gender identity, sexual orientation, family educational attainment, religion, immigration status. While achievement gaps in public education can be attributed to complex social and historical factors, we regard all learners as having promise, and we pledge to help all students achieve their potential. And that third paragraph is really important. As leaders in our community, it's our responsibility to guide strategic district actions and leverage partnerships so opportunity gaps disappear and all can access academic excellence. To ensure all students achieve at high levels, we need to focus on student needs and a review of data to determine additional support. This work requires collaboration, continuous improvement, and commitment to the work required for success of all students. When all our students are empowered to choose their own paths to thrive in college, career, and life, rather than those paths being predetermined or predictable based on individual or family characteristics, then we will be successful in achieving our mission of serving every child every day and getting students what they need when they need it. If Rosie were to bring up the Spanish translation, you would see it in Spanish. I don't want to read that out loud, and Lizette is unable to join us, I think. So let's just.
I can read, Sean.
That's fantastic. Rosie will read it.
Just give me a second to bring that up. I was Not ready, sorry.
Thank you. I'm glad that we're gonna make sure that we do this. And while Rosie's bringing that up, I just want to thank again Rosie and Josefina for working together. The board had a particular value in making sure that this was written and translated. And I couldn't think of two better people, particularly Rosie being from the state of Jalisco and Josefina being from Distrito Federal as a Capitolina from someone from Mexico City. That was a fantastic combination, and look at that.
Declaración de Equidad del Distrito Escolar Unificado Cabrillo. La equidad en la educación se define como la asignación específica de los recursos basada en las necesidades críticas no satisfechas para que todos los estudiantes puedan desarrollar su máximo potencial académico y socioemocional. Estos recursos podrían incluir financiamiento adecuado, currículo, enseñanza y enriquecimiento rigurosos y culturalmente significativos, tecnología, compromiso familiar y apoyo socioemocional u otros servicios de apoyo especializados. En CUSD creemos firmemente que todos los estudiantes pueden tener éxito cuando se les brinda el apoyo y las experiencias necesarias. Los resultados académicos en los distritos escolares, incluidos CUSD, han sido predecibles durante mucho tiempo debido a una gran variedad de características de los estudiantes como raza, origen étnico, idioma del hogar, origen nacional, ingresos familiares, capacidad, identidad de género, orientación sexual, nivel educativo familiar, religión y estado migratorio. Si bien las brechas de aprendizaje en la educación pública se pueden atribuir a factores sociales e históricos complejos, consideramos que todos los estudiantes poseen la capacidad de sobresalir. Por lo tanto, nos comprometemos a ayudar a todos a alcanzar su máximo potencial. Como líderes en nuestra comunidad, es nuestra responsabilidad guiar las acciones estratégicas del distrito escolar y potenciar nuestras asociaciones para transformar los obstáculos en oportunidades y todos los estudiantes puedan alcanzar la excelencia académica. Para asegurar que todos los estudiantes logren altos niveles de aprovechamiento, necesitamos enfocarnos en las necesidades de los estudiantes y el análisis de la información correspondiente. Así, este trabajo requerirá colaboración, mejoramiento constante y compromiso con el trabajo requerido para el éxito de todos los estudiantes. Cuando todos nuestros estudiantes tengan el poder de elegir sus propios caminos para prosperar en la universidad, la carrera profesional y la vida, en vez de estos caminos predeterminados o predecibles en función de sus características individuales o familiares, entonces lograremos el éxito de nuestra misión de servir a todos los niños todos los días y brindar a los estudiantes lo que necesiten cuando lo necesiten. Gracias.
Beautifully done, beautifully translated. Thank you, Rosie. Thank you, Josefina. I do want to say that the last sentence was really something that President Cortez really brought home for us, which is getting students what they need when they need it. There are going to be cases in equity conversations when we are focused in on the students who need particular things to achieve college and career readiness, and we need to allocate resources if they haven't done so. But anyway, this is a first read. It will come back in October for approval, but this is the time for the board to discuss and not for me to discuss. So I've already discussed this with the board. I open it up to the board. And again, this is not an action item. It's an information item in your first read, and please enjoy.
I know we discussed this at our special session, and we suggested some changes. So any input about the changes that were made or anything that we'd like to see different?
Also, just to clarify, we also wanted it to be open to the public, and if there's any comments or discussion, it sounds like there aren't any at this point, but I guess just an invitation to the public to take a look at it and provide any comments as well before we get to the point where hopefully we're adopting it further. So I just wanted to remind folks about that.
Thanks. Yeah, and I think our hope is to adopt it at our next meeting. So if you do have, comments or suggestions or thoughts, please pass them along.
I appreciate that it's a good summary of a full day of conversation and discourse that the board had. One way to look at this particular statement is to think about things in our district and use this as a point of reference to beg the question, is it equitable? Is it equitable across elementary schools when PTOs are having to fund particular extra programs? And maybe there's not always parity across those schools. Is it equitable if a child is an English language learner and misses out on enrichment opportunities because there's focus on a remediation? So those are just kind of a couple of examples that we can take pause and be curious and really think about how to provide the best education experience for all the kids. I think we have lost, the emphasis here is on the statement, having this statement in place. We can also think about what the needs of our district are when we talk to the community, to our teachers, as not just about teacher pay, but programming that supports our teachers and supports our kids in an equitable way. And I think we can have a richer conversation because we have this statement. Thanks.
I'll just thank you, Sean, for the revisions and shepherding us through this process. The equity network work was very intensive and very enlightening, and I'm glad that we were able to bring some highlights of that to the board in our retreat, our on-site retreat at Pilarcitos last week or a couple of weeks ago. And thanks to everybody for chiming in and giving some feedback. And I think these are really important points that are in there. So I hope this can be our North Star, again, because equity is so important, not for the students that have those urgent needs, but also for everybody to thrive, the students, the grownups, our whole community, because those two concepts of equity and excellence are so intimately related. So I appreciate that you're able to work in Lizette's point about, giving kids what they need when they need it. And, I'll continue to honor the student's voice and the family's voice in that, and respecting their cultural perspectives and what their needs are and what their desires are. If Rosa, do you mind bringing it up for just one quick second as well? Probably the English version. I'm probably a little bit more comfortable with that one right now, although I love that you read the Spanish. I think that's really makes the point, and I think is exemplary of the kinds of feedback that we have from students where we are seeing predictable results. And I think that's the key important thing as far as how we systematically implement this should come really from a systematic review of everything that we're doing and those data that we look at to see where we see things are predictable by race, ethnicity, home language, national origin, family income, ability, gender identity, sexual orientation, family educational attainment, religion, immigration status. So when we see those opportunity gaps come up, and they're over and over again, it's really getting to kind of challenging ourselves to look at how we can solve those in ways that really honor that student voice and that family voice. So I'm grateful that we'll have this in place, and I look forward to getting any feedback that we get between now and next month, and then having it next month, and then kind of taking the next steps from there to implement it, both at the district and the state levels. So thank you.
And I just want to thank Sophia and Lizette and Dr. McFetridge for their work on this. I know they took a lot of their personal time and weekend time to go through that training. And I know it was they enjoyed it, I know, but they also spent a lot of time and did a lot of effort. So thank you for spearheading that to bring this to us. Any other comments before we move on? And welcoming other comments from the public. Anyone else from the board? Freya?
Yeah, I just wanted to also say thanks for the hard work in bringing this to us and reiterate some of what Kim was saying in terms of this is not the final. I mean, even if it's the final statement, it's not the final end of the process. And we did discuss that as well at our board retreat, that this is just the beginning. And then you look at all of your different practices and you look at their impact, and then you try things to make things better. And then you end up having to look at those again and see how they've actually impacted and how they've actually improved. And so that work is also continuing of the work that we've already been doing for so long on these issues, but it's still nice to crystallize and clarify it in terms of a shared value, as you were mentioning, Mary Beth, as one of the uniform things of effective boards. And I do believe that this is a shared value for all of us. So I appreciate it being brought, and hopefully the community has a chance to weigh in as well.
Before we close this, because I'm hearing that closure and everybody's gotten a chance to speak, I think. I want to thank the board and for working with me as part of the governance team for setting out a value statement. We have an equity policy, was brought to the board 2 years ago. It was California School Boards Association. We can look to refine that going forward, but this statement really encapsulates the value that is the shared value of the governance team, that we are here for students, for families. That's our purpose. That's our goal. It's every child, every day. But that entails all kinds of different things, whether that's curriculum, adequate staffing. Everything should be, as Kim said, we should have that question. Is it equitable? Are we getting people what they need when they need it, particularly those who are showing that they're they need more? And that's always a difficult conversation sometimes for some people, but I just really appreciate this governance team coming up with this, particularly because I've seen other districts' equity statements, which can look like it's a dissertation or a master's thesis. And this one, wow, it had to go from 2 pages down to a page and a half, down to a page, down to 3 paragraphs. But I think this is pretty concise. And I really want to thank Rosie and Josefina for the work that they did to make it real into the language of our majority students, which, by the way, is really the source of a lot of this discussion. A lot of it is about how we need to better serve our, particularly these students who are Latino, who are socioeconomically disadvantaged. I just think that's so important. And I'm not trying to make a sort of stereotype there, but we just see it in the data that's coming up. I did share this with Belinda Arriaga of Ayudando Latinos a Soñar, so that she had a look at it. And she said, yeah, thank you for shepherding this work. And I pray that it goes well going forward, because she says ALAS pretty much exists because of this kind of value. So I know that this is a shared value for many of us, most of us along the coast side. And I thank the governance team for putting it on paper.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for all the comments on that. Let's move on to our next item. Let's do the proclamation designating October as LGBTQ History Month now.
Sorry, I'm muted. I wish you could, I bet you wish you could press that button on me sometimes. Anyway, so I think Rosie will bring this up, but I'll look at my screen while I'm doing it. We have had an LGBTQ proclamation that we have revised over time. This is very similar to what we've done in the past, where we recognize and support the rights and freedoms and equality of those who are lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and questioning at this time, because October is LGBTQ History Month, and that we recognize years of struggle for freedom and civil rights by LGBTQ people and people of all races who've contributed to the rich history of collective action championing equality for all people. You will remember during Pride Month in June, we flew the new Quasar flag, it's called, which is the pride flag with new stripes representing people of color, and particularly Black and Latino people of color who helped form the first pride parades in this country and who helped fight for equality for LGBTQ people. And we celebrate a rich history and acknowledge the contributions that LGBTQ individuals have made and continue to make to strengthen the fabric of American society and its promise of equal rights for all. And October, of course, is historically significant because of the first National March on Washington in 1979 that marked the 10th anniversary of the Stonewall riots, the first National Coming Out Day in 1988 in October 11, and the National Coming Out Day and annual LGBTQ Awareness Day continue to be observed every year on October 11th. And October is established as LGBTQ History Month to remind us all of the important roles that LGBTQ people have taken in shaping the social, historical, legal, and political worlds we live in today and throughout history, and that the board appreciates and recognizes the importance of LGBTQ History Month as an effective means of educating and calling to action the citizens of the city of Half Moon Bay and the coast side to work together to fight prejudice and discrimination in our own lives, and that we believe all students deserve to feel safe and welcome in schools, to be known by their preferred name and their gender identity and their story, and to see themselves represented in the curricula. And the California legislature adopted AB 677, encouraging schools to collect voluntary self-identification information on sexual orientation and gender identity and expression. And we had a policy aimed at that we presented last year. And that the Ninth Circuit of Court of Appeals in 2003 had said that district staff were responsible for maintaining safe school environments and equitable enforcement of non-discrimination statutes and policies, and that this SOGI data and training promotes welcoming schools, improves understanding of LGBTQ students, supports educators to provide services in a non-discriminatory and respectful manner, and increasing visibility, raising awareness, teaching LGBTQ history fosters a welcoming school climate where LGBTQ students, families, and educators can live authentic lives and be treated with dignity and respect, which we would hope for all people. And in 2019, we convened district staff, community members, Coast Pride leaders, civic leaders, and others to join together in a concerted effort to enact policies and practices that honor LGBTQ rights, uniting us all on a social justice platform to uphold the rights of all people. On May 27th, 2020, we did approve Board Policy 5157, Gender Identity and Access, that codified and formalized CUSD's commitment to safe, supportive, and inclusive learning environments for students of all sexual orientations, gender identities, and gender expressions. And that was all the whereases. And then the resolution we have is slightly revised this year. First of all, the board will celebrate and honor the annual celebration of October as LGBTQ History Month, like we have in years past, with the adoption of this proclamation. That we recognize that there's an ongoing need to acknowledge the history and achievements of LGBTQ people, and we support implementation of programs and curricula that reflect the diversity of LGBTQ people. And we recognize the importance of upholding the legal rights of LGBTQ people, and that we will work toward voluntary self-identification efforts for sexual orientation and gender identity expression, data collection in our schools while promoting policies and practices that protect LGBTQ people. And the thing that is added this year is that the Cabrillo Unified School District Governing Board authorizes display of banners on CUSD campuses to help encourage discussion and promote understanding of the importance of LGBTQ History Month. Starting next week, with the beginning of Hispanic Heritage Month, there will be banners flown on all our campuses that are co-sponsored by ALAS. And then starting in October, there will be banners flown on all campuses with this board's proclamation, honoring LGBTQ History Month, and that has been co-sponsored by our partners at Coast Pride. I'm very grateful to the work that these groups have done to co-sponsor this. The city of Half Moon Bay has also co-sponsored these banners. So we hope that we bring more attention and light to LGBTQ History Month, starting in October, to Hispanic Heritage Month, starting September 15th through October 15th. And so because they're simultaneously timed, I just wanted to bring both those things in. So you understand that we are working with sponsors, co-sponsors, namely the city of Half Moon Bay and other affinity groups, to bring these banners to our campuses. So when these proclamations come throughout the year, you'll see that we're always adding that the board approves the display of and authorizes the display of banners. And so with that, I will end and I will recommend approval of this year's LGBTQ Heritage Month proclamation.
Thank you. We can have discussion around it, but first I would like to get a motion in a second.
A motion to approve.
Thank you, Sophia. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thanks, Kim. Anyone have thoughts, comments, discussion before we vote?
I can start and just say thank you, Sean, for bringing this to us, bringing Hispanic Heritage Month to us, and all the other proclamations to us that really call out groups that we want to show an extra support for various historical reasons. And I think the way I see these proclamations is they're necessary, but not sufficient for sure. And I think that the banner effort that you've undertaken in such a collaborative way with other affinity groups, as you referenced, is really it's an effective approach to making these meaningful, making these proclamations not just statements that end up maybe on YouTube at best, and on the internet, but they're really on the ground where kids are growing and learning, and our community is present and being shaped by these inclusive approaches. So I'm very, very grateful for this, as I am with all of the proclamations. And I hope that we can take the opportunity with all the else that's going on to really, think deeply about LGBTQ issues over the next, month in October, as we do always, but really that's, those banners are nice reminders. So thank you for that visual reminder as well.
Thank you, Sean.
Yeah.
Look
thanks.
out.
Thanks
Look
for
out.
your support. We appreciate it.
Look out for the banners. They're beautiful.
Great, thank you. And I love it. I want everyone to feel included, and for whoever they are. So I think this is wonderful. I know there's a lot of kids out there that will really appreciate it. So thank you.
And I think that's a good point, Mary Beth, that you just mentioned, reminding me about the inclusiveness. And it reminded me, Sean, when you were describing this resolution, you referred to safety. And I think sometimes we talk about safety, we kind of assume physical safety from different physical threats, but I think also what you guys spoke to reminds me just of the emotional safety that is so elemental to kids' well-being and the cultural well-being. It's not just for kids, it's for staff, it's for volunteers, it's for whoever's on campus driving by campus. So that I think that's that emotional safety that comes with this bold inclusive statements are really essential for, especially as we're coming back to school after, difficult year, and still those difficulties haven't gone away, and, the chronic difficulties still persist as well. So thank you for that aspect too.
It's definitely part of our work, and we're legally required, but also morally impelled to make sure that all people, regardless of their similarities or differences, all feel safe to be on our campuses and are able to live their best lives, their true selves. And I really thank Coast Pride for the work that they've done in this community with the development of the Coast Pride Center. For those of us who got to see that opening in June, really inspirational work. We've worked with them to make sure that we can have counseling resources to all kinds of kids, but particularly for LGBTQ kids and families. It's very personal for me, of course, because I do have a son with lesbian moms. My wife and I don't have a child, but I did serve as a donor, and I'm kind of an uncle, if you will, for a son of lesbian moms. And so for me, it's really close and personal and kind of family for me. And I want us to feel that way about all our kindred spirits and all our relations. And that is the whole point of these proclamations, is to remind us really and to educate us all that we all have to take care of one another. And I look forward to us continuing to make those statements going forward.
Anyone else have any comments before we move on, before we vote? Okay, let's move to vote. Rosie,
Maribeth?
can you do the roll call? Aye.
Freya,
Aye.
Sophia,
Aye.
Kimberly. I didn't hear you, Kimberly, sorry.
Aye.
But thank you. Sarah,
Aye.
4+1, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to our next item, 5C, update on return to school plan. This is a presentation, so we don't need to vote on it, but we can certainly have discussion.
Good
Is that you,
evening.
Leticia, you're gonna
Yes,
start?
that's me, Leticia, yes. Good
Okay.
evening, Vice President Alexander, board members, colleagues, and community members. Our teams are here today, and maybe Rosie, do you mind bringing in Martha? She'll be presenting the last part of the presentation. And then I'll wait until you project that. And so we're here today to give everyone an update on our return to schools plan. On the next slide, you're going to see the presentation has 3 parts: an overview of the changes around the 4 pillars using the San Mateo County Office of Education Pandemic Recovery Framework, a little bit about going back to curriculum and instruction and the instruction that is being offered currently. And then lastly, Martha will talk about the current health protocols, symptom checking, and contact tracing. In the next slide, here are the 4 pillars. And both, all of our teams, Jesus, MOT, our facilities, our principals, our sites, have worked in making sure that we continue to adhere to the 4 pillars. And within this slide for the public, there is a hyperlink that our community can go to review the PRF, which is a pandemic recovery framework. And so we'll go ahead and start with the next slide around health and hygiene. So this has not really changed much to what we had in the spring when our students returned to a hybrid model. We continue to encourage and ask all of our staff and our students to wash for 20 sweat seconds. We say that the 20 seconds is the adequate time. And this is done throughout the day, particularly before students are leaving to recess, coming back from recess, going out to eat, coming back from eating. Also, MOT and Jesus and the team have make sure that there are adequate supplies for health and hygiene. The hand sanitizer, also it's important for the protocols, and we continue to store the hand sanitizer appropriately and always have supervision when hand sanitizer is being used for children that are 6 years of age or younger. The next slide is around face coverings. And as you know, this was currently being defined at the beginning of August. We did meet with our OSSE during the months of June and also the months of August. And in regards to masks indoors, we are requiring that masks are used indoors by everyone, students, staff, and visitors. For persons with medical conditions, if there is a medical note, staff or students or persons can be exempted using the non-restrictive alternatives such as face shields or a drape. And also important and new to the pandemic is that no disciplinary action should be taken if a student does not have a mask. And using more of a PBIS approach to encourage and train our students of how to appropriately wear a mask. In regards to masks outdoors, it is optional, but if we were to encounter a time in opening schools where there is a substantial high transmission, CDC is recommending that everybody wears a mask outdoors or in crowded settings. And actually our district has been pretty awesome, and our kids have been amazing in making sure they wear a mask. We walk through campuses, and during recess, our kids know that their mask is always on, outdoors and indoors. Even though outdoors it is optional, we do encourage our students to continue to wear the mask outdoors. And then the next slide is a pillar around physical distancing. And although So here's what the language says in the pandemic recovery framework, but overall, it's the California Department of Health and the pandemic framework, they do not include recommendations for physical distancing. However, while eating, it is recommended that we maximize physical distancing as much as possible. And of course, should there be an outbreak, we would need to rearrange and go back to the 6 foot recommended distance. Currently indoors, we are doing our best to keep our students at 3 foot distance. And outdoors, we are again doing our best to keep everyone at the 6, a little bit more distance outdoors to make sure that that we prevent any possible outbreak. And then the next slide around the limiting gatherings. Right now, it's not currently addressed with the California Department of Health. However, as a district, Cabrillo Unified School District is limiting gatherings to more small site-based events. And we do have a protocol that should a site want to have a small gathering, those protocols will need to be communicated to Dr. McFetridge, who then will reach out to our San Mateo County team to make sure that it adheres to the rules of safety, of COVID-19 safety. So any kind of event has to go through us, and it'll go through cabinet, ultimately to Dr. McFetridge, and then to the County Office of Education. Also, it's important for us to note here that we are also limiting volunteers with a small number. So we will see some parents on our campuses, but only those parents that are one, either coming in for an official meeting, or two, have cleared the COVID-19 requirements, and also showing proof of vaccination and making sure that the adults understand they have to wear a mask the entire time before they do enter the campus. And then the next section is around curriculum and instruction. And then we're going to quickly talk about the cohorting. This is what the pandemic recovery framework states. However, cohorting is not addressed currently. And it's important to note that currently, because we are in full-time in-person instruction, we are not using cohorting as a strategy to deliver instruction. The next is around interventions. And as the data will speak in the next presentation, we are looking at defining and delivering interventions to our students who need it the most. This will be interventions during school that will occur in person with the support of our intervention specialists and other support staff. Also, after school interventions are currently being designed as well as delivered. This also includes the expanded learning type of intervention that just launched this week. We really want to focus on the interventions for core, starting with the ELA, ELD, and mathematics interventions. And we talked about the expanded learning opportunities. We're currently serving 60 students at Hatch after school, making sure that the students are not only receiving that small group support for homework and interventions, but also expanded in enrichment, including some visual arts and performing arts that we're trying to embed for the at-promise groups of students. And then Martha is going to talk a little bit about our short-term independent study.
Good evening, everyone. So one of the questions is that sometimes our students, they may be out for a longer period of time, longer than 4 days or less than 15 days. And this has become increasingly important to us this year under COVID, under sort of these restrictions regarding COVID-19, because some students may find themselves having to be quarantined at home. And typical quarantines at home can last anywhere between 10 to 24 days. And so for that, we have already, as part of our policies and practices, short-term independent study. And the short-term independent study has ed code attached to it. We have to have a master contract around it with our families. our parents and typically our students, if they're old enough, need to sign the contract. And teachers design work around in the elementaries, different core content areas. And at the middle school and high school, the teachers would, from the different content areas, would indicate what their work program would be. The independent, we typically talk about short-term independent study as a way to recoup ADA, but it also is a practice that is actually good for this purpose right now. And the good thing about short-term independent study is it does not have the same requirements as independent study under AB 130. So there is more flexibility both for the teachers and for the student. Leticia?
Oh, sorry, thank you. The next, it's health protocols.
Okay.
Okay.
Then that's still me. I just wanted to just highlight some of the things that Leticia was talking about with regards to our 4 pillars. It may have seemed like opening schools in the fall was easier, and in fact it was, because of all the hard work that all of our different stakeholders did last year in order to open up our classrooms in the spring. And that infrastructure was still present, and all the documentation and trainings, all that type of information that we had for teachers, staff, and parents was already available to us, and the wheel did not have to be reinvented. So in fact, opening up of schools was, was easier. It was like kind of like your second child is easier, right? And then I wanted to also just address reducing gatherings. One of the things where we're modeling for our students and our staff is that our staff meetings, task force meetings, opening school steering committee meetings, leadership cabinet meetings are all held virtually. Meetings with parents, IEPs, 504s, and cost meetings are held virtually unless the parent requests it in person. Family engagement evenings are all virtual, and back to school nights are all of our back to school nights were held virtually. So we have learned that there's a lot of flexibility where we anticipate a lot more people at a gathering. Being able to do virtual presentations has really kind of expanded our flexibility. We do have meals on campus, and because we have meals on campus, one of the things we did have to put together this year was how our students would be snacking and eating lunch. And all of our campuses have slightly different plans between our elementary and our secondary schools. And I've been on a couple of campuses during lunch in the elementaries, and it is going really smoothly. The students are eating inside and outside, and they take, hot lunches are all getting served on time, and there isn't a large number of students together at any one particular time during the school day. I also wanted to highlight that we still have symptom checking, and for our students who continue to use the Hazel Health Symptom Checker. It did get off a little bit to a bumpy start in that we are now notifying parents every day via email and text to complete the symptom checker. And the symptom checker, as of yesterday, has been updated with current COVID protocols and COVID symptoms. And our staff has been advised to self-monitor their symptoms and to secure a sub if they have COVID symptoms. Our sites have updated. Oh, and then for our facilities, the cleaning of our facilities has changed just slightly, as we were in between student shifts, AM and PM shifts. We were doing sanitizing. At this time, now that the students are here all day, we do clean classrooms, bathrooms, common spaces are all scheduled to be cleaned daily, and all spaces where a positive COVID case has been over a 24-hour period of time are also disinfected. And there is a regular disinfecting schedule at each of the sites that is a little bit different at every site. And then as far as masking goes, we know that we are seeing that all of our students and staff are masking. And our students also get mask breaks, and as do our teachers. And if there is non-compliance with mask wearing, it's handled at the site by the site administration. And so now for my part, which is contact tracing, This is a really complex, really complex process. And it is a critical piece of our safety protocol. And I'm going to try and give an overview of the process based on some feedback that I've gotten. I probably would have added some additional slides. So I'll try and do this orally, and then we will be able to post a contact tracing primer on our website so that people can kind of review this information. I want to start off with some definitions. One of the definitions that's really critical to determining close contacts is the idea of the infectious time period. The process of determining the infectious time period is the process of determining when a COVID positive case first became infectious. The infectious time period is determined through interviews, positive test dates, and what we know about COVID transmission and its infectious period for asymptomatic and symptomatic individuals. So just to give you an example of how complicated this is, at the beginning of the week, a person could be feeling cold symptoms and be saying, I think I just have a cold. And the student or the teacher or staff member continues to come to school. Then later in the week, they start feeling worse, and then they don't come to school. And then finally, the following week, they get a COVID test. And through interviews, we would go back to the date, the beginning of the following week, where they were first exhibiting cold symptoms, and then count back from there to determine their infectious period. And their infectious period would start at that time and go through to the time that they got their positive test or were off campus. And then we would have to contact trace all of their contacts over that period of time. What makes this difficult is that when they were feeling sick at the beginning of the week, they may have just had a cold. They may have just had a cold, and they may not have actually have had COVID until the end of the week, in which case their infectious period would be shorter. We err on the side of caution, and we're more conservative about what that infectious period is. A line list is a method for monitoring an outbreak in a school or a classroom. Cabrillo Unified School District contact tracers maintain a line list, as does San Mateo Public Health, of all of our positive cases. There's interchangeable use of close and direct contacts. The language describing the vulnerability to COVID-19 and a person's relationship to an identified case has evolved over time. Close and direct contacts used to mean different things, and now they mean the same thing. A close or direct contact is someone that was closer than 6 feet for more than 15 minutes cumulative over 24 hours with or without a mask near a person that eventually tested positive for COVID. Outbreaks or major outbreak notifications. We do not determine if, or Cabrillo Unified does not determine if there is an outbreak or a major outbreak. The health department is involved at that point, and they give us instructions in detail of what to do. The health department makes the decisions about whether something is an outbreak or a major outbreak. And should an outbreak or a major outbreak require the closing of a classroom, families would be notified via the regular communication channels. The other terms that we have are isolation and quarantine. These two terms do not mean the same thing. Quarantine is a term we use when a person isolates or does modified quarantine because they were a close contact of a positive case that was not in their family. And isolation is when a positive COVID case must be separated from the community and family to prevent spread of COVID. So those are our main definitions that you will see when we are talking to people about notifications, about transmission, and when we are doing our own contact tracing. This slide talks about our training and preparedness. All of our staff have taken the Johns Hopkins course, as Dr. McFetrich noted earlier. We also are taking regular refresher trainings through the San Mateo County Office of Education. All of our site administrators have gone through this training process. All sites have designated staff to support contact tracing, and they have backup staff to support contact tracing. And our contact tracing protocols are directly aligned with the pandemic recovery framework. And also, because we know it's very typical for families to have children at multiple school sites, our site administrators are trained to contact trace across sites. And sites have determined a process to share information with partners on our sites, for instance, co-site children's programs, so that we do not violate student or family privacy. The next slide. So here we have created a training deck for our principals where we have outlined for each school site a flow chart of how contact tracing proceeds and when different people need to be notified. This slide outlines the basics. Is all information about a positive COVID case for a student or staff member goes to the principal. And then the principal initiates the contact tracing protocol by working with their designated contact tracing partner and contact tracing and analyzing the results. They also work with Susan Vanna, our program coordinator of medical health, as well as our San Mateo Public Health. And then once all the information is gathered and dates are confirmed, then there's a determination made about the period of time a positive case would be off our campuses and when they would be allowed to come back. And then there's discussions around close contacts, and then there's discussions around the notifications. There has been some conversation among the cabinet around using an outside company to do contract tracing, and we're currently vetting that company. That San Mateo County Offices of Education has provided some information about it. While we have some hesitations about it, just generally speaking, because our families are giving us information because we're trusted partners in the community, and one of the things that I think that this is a good time to say is that all of our positive COVID cases have come from outside of our community. We have not had community spread in our schools, thanks to the stringency with which we are following our 4 pillars and the accuracy with which we are doing our contact tracing. So that is something to really, I know we're just in maybe a month into school, not even, but I think that is something that is, that we really have set the standard in. And I hope that that gives some people a little bit, all of our parents or families, our teachers or staff, a little bit of peace of mind that because of our stringencies on the 4 pillars and because of our accuracy of our contact tracing, we have prevented community spread so far in our schools. And so as we are vetting the contact tracing company that we've been connected with, we want to make sure that they are as good as we are. And then I wanted to just address how we keep track of COVID cases and close contacts. We do keep a detailed record of every positive case, their contagious periods, the date of positive test received, close contacts, vaccine status, quarantine dates, modified quarantine students and staff, as well as negative COVID test results. And there's more things that we keep track of. And we have a large spreadsheet, a great flow chart, and really people who are just really knowledgeable and on top of all that contact tracing requires. With a community as small as ours and our school district involving as many people as it does, you might ask, do we contact trace outside of our school community? And the short answer is no, we do not contact trace outside of our school community. However, family members, direct or extended, may be part of our contact tracing for a student and have bearing on our response regarding quarantine, modified quarantine, or request to isolate. But cases that are not school cases are not traced. For instance, if a spouse of a vaccinated teacher tests positive, we do not contact trace the spouse, but we do advise the staff member on the procedure based on their vaccine status. With respect to outside our school community, the San Mateo Public Health does do contact tracing. And I just want to remind everybody that if you are exhibiting symptoms of illness, do not come on our campuses. Remain home until you're fever-free for 24 hours without medication, get a COVID test or an alternate diagnosis from a health professional. I think we can go on to the next slide. I want to point out here that since I was a child, I have had confusion with left and right. And now you all know that I have confusion with left and right. The chart to the right details the initial steps in contact tracing. And I want to say that this is one of 3 charts that we use. This chart is found in the pandemic recovery framework. And this is basically your chart for close contacts. And it is very accurate, but again, like I said, every case is different and there's absolutely lots of nuances, but this is a good place to start to begin to understand the process. District contact tracers and San Mateo Public Health make the final decisions regarding quarantine and return dates. And I know that if you have to go through this process, there can be a lot of anxiety and fear about being either a close contact or receiving information that you are a positive case. And we are very sensitive to that. And I just want you to know that our staff are really, really professional and they're there to help you. And to the degree that we can all work together, even under a stressful situation, it will help us to, again, keep our community safe. I wanted to mention that we just posted a COVID dashboard. The first week indicated on the COVID dashboard actually goes back to the start of school. And then we will be updating every Monday so that the numbers that you see on that particular date actually reflect the total number of cases from the previous week. And we are reporting cases by student and staff. And it's hard for us to, our school size, our community size, our district size is such that breaking it up by schools or even indicating number of close contacts, we're still looking into whether or not that would violate HIPAA or FERPA. But but the information that we are providing right now does appear to be standard across a lot of districts other districts that are provided COVID dashboard. And so I think that gives us some good information. One thing to remember too is that if you're hearing of a case, a person who works in the district who is a positive case and you're just hearing about it, 1, they may not have a positive case, or 2, they may be a positive case and their infectious period was when they weren't in school. So they aren't reported as a positive case here. So the cases that we have here are positive cases that were positive on our campuses. Next slide. I wanted to give a few words about contact tracing and about what I call informal contact tracing. The informal contact tracing is the biggest barrier to efficient and timely contact tracing. And I listed below some examples of informal contact tracing, something that you might think about if COVID becomes comes in and is very close to your family, either with a positive contact or a close contact. Anyone other than the contact tracers giving directions to or a direct contact or identified case about quarantining, testing, or return dates, that is informal contact tracing. Please do not do that. That is very complicated. Like I mentioned earlier, a quarantine timeline could be 10 days or it could be 24 days. And it takes, hours and hours to figure out this information. So just saying, oh, you're having symptoms, go get a test and then come to work is actually informal contact tracing. And we caution against doing that. School community members identifying any ill person as having COVID. I know if you hear someone with a dry cough or someone doesn't come to work a particular day, you might suspect that they have COVID. That's actually a rumor, and it would be better to stay away from naming people as having COVID unless in most circumstances. School members and community members disbelieving information on the results of contact tracing. If we're providing information to you, we have cleared all this information with our best people in the district and the best people at San Mateo Public Health. and disbelieving and arguing about that information is a form of informal contact tracing, even if it pertains to you. Our school community members requesting information that falls under HIPAA or FERPA. I know that it can be frustrating for us to say we can't give you that information, but we are really, really trying to protect our staff and students' right to privacy. And that protecting that right to privacy is really the foundation of the trust that we have with our families. And we cannot and do not want to break that trust. Our decision-making tree always involves our specialized program coordinator of medical health, that is Susan Vanna, and the San Mateo Public Health. So we are not siloed in this process, but we are working together with our partners throughout the entire process. The next page, I think, is Hazel Health. Oh, our testing plan and implementation. Oh yes, our testing plan. So we've been working with the California Department of Public Health to develop a testing strategy. And we've landed on doing pool testing from TK through, TK through 12th grade. And the reason why we're doing pool testing is because transmission among students, even with the Delta variant, even though the Delta variant has a higher transmission rate among young people, it's still lower. And we're actually seeing that it is lower in our own community as a real life example. Because transmission is lower, we're opting to do pool testing. And also pool testing, a classroom can happen in a matter of minutes. And this way we preserve instructional time. We were considering just a voluntary PCR test, but the number of people going to our PCR testing last year our students was really low. And so we feel like with pool testing, we're going to be consistently able to test a high number of students. Initial parent information resources will go out Friday from the district. Principals will follow up next week with more detailed information and a consent form. So this is an opt-in process. And so parents will need to sign the consent form. The consent form can be signed digitally or on paper. If a student declines testing, it will impact how they are contact traced if they're pool test positive. So they still will be assigned to a pool, they just will not be tested. And so it will likely mean the difference between quarantine and modified quarantine if they're not able to participate in testing. We will also be able to pool test our teams at the high school. And while we are working out the start date right now, I'm looking for the start date to be the week of September 21st. Materials have already been ordered. Initial onboarding is completed for all school. Test kits have begun to arrive at schools. And if everything continues to go smoothly, I don't think the 9/21 start date is out of reach. And then the next slide. I just wanted to give a quick Hazel Health update. Hazel Health at Home is the student questionnaire that's been updated to match current symptom guides. Our families are reminded daily to participate, and then families who have signed up can connect with health professionals from the Hazel Health app should their child be showing symptoms of illness. And then Hazel Health at school stations are being installed this week, and staff is being trained on how to use and access health professionals from these wellness stations. And if we can go to the next slide. As you can see, we have high enrollment numbers across the district. We will be having enrollment outreach for our families to move those numbers up a little bit higher. But typically at this time of the year, Hazel Health is looking for numbers in the 50% range, and we've exceeded that range for all of our schools. And that's all that I have for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Martha. That's a lot of info.
I know. I need a drink of water.
That's a lot of stuff. So thank you, both of you. Questions? Anyone have questions, comments?
I have a question. What if a child has been exposed to COVID in their household, meaning a parent or a sibling has COVID? Are they expected to quarantine and stay out of school? And then how does that affect their attendance?
Yeah, it does depend on their vaccination status. As you know, students 12 or older can be vaccinated. So depending on their vaccination status would depend if they would have to have quarantine at home or if they could have modified quarantine at school.
So it is expected that that kind of information would be disclosed to the school.
Yes.
Right. So is that clear, do you feel like, in our communications out to parents and students?
Well, positive COVID cases, positive COVID cases, typically, if it's a family member outside of our school community, we also are notified by the San Mateo County Public Health.
Oh, okay, so we have other alternative ways of notification.
Yes. But I have to say, though, that our families have been very forthcoming about the information, and they have shown, all of our families have, we have a community interest to keep our children safe, and that's been very evident with the way that parents have been coming forward with information.
That's great. Kim, did you have more questions? I have a few, so I didn't want to cut you off. You're good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. So just on that, so just real quick, kind of generally, I'm really glad that we're having this presentation. I think, as many of you know, I had wanted to have more detailed on this previously, but I'm glad that it's here now. And I'm glad that some of the district plans and other things have been put on the website. I did feel like we kind of, and I understand, and I want to say thank you to all of you who are doing all of this work. And I know that it's been hard, and it's definitely still that flying the plane and building it at the same time. But I do feel like it's really important that we communicate as much as possible to the public and have all this information accessible. So I'm glad that the district plan is up there as of today. And I would love to continue to see those plans being brought to the board, being accessible on the website, so that everybody can understand all these nuances, because I think that right now, my sense is that the work is being done to make sure kids are being safe, but sometimes I'm not sure the communication out to the public, the parents, is as clear on what is being done or not. And then you miss those opportunities of providing feedback or understanding what's supposed to happen or other kinds of things. So again, and also sometimes there's also that element of wanting to make sure that we have protocols and plans in place, making sure that they're actually being implemented in terms of symptom checking and parents really understanding it's not just, like you said, it's not just a fever, it's all the other symptoms potentially of COVID and then needing to get a test. So that's kind of more my comment. So thank you for letting me make that. And then on more of the questions, I'm really happy that we're working on testing. And I just wanted a few clarifying things. Are we talking about pool testing for all students and all staff?
Yes.
Not just those once a week? And so that would be a once a week pool testing for all students?
Yes.
Okay. And then, so you had mentioned quarantining could happen from, I think you said 4 to 24 days?
From 10 to 24 days.
How does it end up being 24? I'm sorry, I'm just curious about that.
Sure. So if a parent if someone in the household has COVID and the student is quarantined, they're quarantined for the parent's entire isolation period. And then when that isolation period ends, and they get COVID, they could be out for more days.
Oh, okay. So it's if there's an isolation and then someone gets the COVID, then you have to be until you're free of symptoms. Okay, great. And then I was wondering if I know that there's the state requirement on vaccination or testing for teachers and staff. And I was wondering if we are going to be able to and I know that that information is not complete yet because the deadline is middle of October. Are we going to be able to have an aggregate of the percentage of our staff that is and teachers that are vaccinated?
Yes.
And we don't have that yet though, right?
We don't have it yet because we're still collecting. Some staff have missed their deadline, so we're still collecting the forms, which I would hope would be collected by Friday.
Okay, and then we'll be able to have that as part of our COVID dashboard or other kind of information as well as presented to the board at some point.
Yes, I definitely think it could be made public. Yes, as long as there's no identifying information with it.
Yeah, and maybe it's the aggregate data, not by school.
Exactly.
So you have to look and see or follow what criteria, but it would be good to have a sense. You hear this from other places, other states, districts talking about the percentage of their staff that's vaccinated. And again, I think that would be useful information for providing that reassurance to our public. And then I just wanted to make sure that we are, and again, I haven't had a chance to look in detail at the district plan as it was posted today. but that we're also making sure that in there, those contingency plans in case, and keeping track of the transmission rates that are local. And again, I want to make sure we have that in place, because we all know what Delta's doing, but we also don't know what the next variants are going to be. And there are already some that are being monitored, and some of those do evade vaccinations. And so they create a whole nother scenario. And I'm not saying that we have to do anything yet for that, but I do think that we've been very reactive in this last little phase. And I think we need to get a little bit more ahead to make sure that we have those plans in place. So I would love maybe if we have those monthly updates, so we can have, I tried to find out, Sean did provide it for me today, with, well, where is our transmission rate in this county? And I understand that you all are monitoring it, but again, having that information readily available so that as a community, we understand whether our transmission rate is low, medium, or high right now, and what that means, and then what would happen if it got higher, and what kind of other plans would we do. And again, some of the testing is one of the recommendations that they say to do more of if there is a higher transmission. And if we're already going to be doing that, that's great, right? We might already have some of those things in place. But I do think some of that monitoring will be important, and not just to do, which it sounds like, again, it is being done, but it isn't necessarily being communicated out to public.
If I can just speak to that, I mean, today in the call with high school superintendents and Nancy McGee, the superintendent of the San Mateo County Office of Education, we did get news that the R naught scientific term rate had fallen below 1 when several weeks ago it was above 2. And so we do think the county is going in the right direction. Again, the feeling of superintendents, health department officials, is that we are going in the right direction. Doesn't mean we can stop being vigilant, but I think it was 0.91 is the R naught rate. And so we do follow that information. It is interesting too, that when you start doing testing, you may have more positives that come up because of the markers of the virus that may be in folks for as long as 120 days. So I think that's a buyer beware kind of, warning to all of us that once we start testing, it will mean that we are looking at things and trying to make sure that these are actual live cases as opposed to false positives or what have you. But I think this is an important point that we continue to monitor and track what's happening in the county. Right now, currently, San Mateo County is not defined as having community outbreak or community spread. And so I think, Freya, your point is well taken.
And just to add to that, San Mateo County has a very extensive dashboard themselves posted. So I think that's something that I check it every couple of days, to be honest, to just, and then mostly zero in that R naught value, because that really is telling you if there's spread or not, if it's above 1 or not. So I would encourage everybody on the board to keep an eye on that, and anybody in the public who's interested in kind of following the trends. The caveat being that the data for smaller communities that they're tracking, it tends to be a little bit have a larger confidence interval, if you will. It's a little bit less certain. So when we see excessively low rates of vaccination in some of the communities on the coast, take that with a grain of salt is the advice from Dr. Morrow, because they're working with kind of less robust numbers when they get that small. But it is helpful to be able to look and monitor everything from case rates to vaccination rates and so on. And it's there. They do a great job of updating it. So I would encourage folks to monitor that too.
I do have a couple questions, if that's okay. So you mentioned modified quarantining at school, and I was curious what that would look like.
Oh, sure. Modified quarantine means that you're allowed to come to school provided you test twice a week and you receive negative COVID tests twice a week over the course of 10 days.
Okay, and that would be if you were positive or if you were a close contact?
Just if you were a close contact, not in your family.
Okay.
So it's a different situation if you're a close contact of a family member.
Got it. And then for students who test positive and are quarantining at home, are they being penalized at all for missing school? And how are they keeping up with their schoolwork? Is that on them, or is there like an online program?
Right. So the high school does have a process for short-term independent study where teachers will be able to give you the work that you would need to do while you were in quarantine or isolated, and that you should not have any kind of attendance or homework penalties for while you're out ill, and you should have time to make up work when you get back. So
Great.
there should be no penalties, and there can also be, depending on the teacher, work can be excused. So all those different levers can be pulled.
Thank you. And then I had one more. So, in terms of asymptomatic people and who were deemed close contact, I understand that you don't have to quarantine as long as you've been vaccinated and don't experience any symptoms. I was actually a couple weeks ago deemed close contact because I was in the same class as someone who tested positive. I took multiple tests and I was negative, and I am vaccinated, but I was still able to go to school. I'm wondering, however, if I was potentially positive during that time, but asymptomatic, like how that would, is there any protocol with that?
Yeah, sure. Asymptomatic people will test positive when they're tested. They're just not showing outward symptoms. So if you were doing the testing twice a week and say on Tuesday you tested and you were negative and you felt great on Friday and you tested again, but you tested positive, we would determine your infectious state based on the date that you were positive, and then we would go through contact tracing from there.
Is it required to be tested if you were a close contact or not?
If you decide that you don't want to be tested as a close contact, then you would have to, then you would not, and you don't want to get tested, you could not participate in modified quarantine. You would have to quarantine at home.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's all my questions. Thank you so much.
Okay, sure, no problem.
Just real quick to follow up too on the short-term independent study. It sounds like there might be times when we need to change that. So I don't know what kind of policy levels or other things, because if you have a quarantine that's 24 days and ours only goes to 15. So that might be something that as we're moving through this, if we end up with higher quarantine numbers, that we need to have that flexibility. I don't know if that requires, and Sean, I'm kind of looking to you, but whether or not that requires a actual policy or regulatory change for the district, or if that's simply sort of circumscribed by state law. I'm not quite sure where that comes from, but that might be something we need to look into.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, definitely. I think that we do need to look into it. I do know, just from my experience as the principal, that sometimes families would go away for extended period of time, and we would give them as a short-term independent study, but we would have the right to unenroll after 30 days. And so but I do think we need to kind of make it official instead of it just being a practice.
And then just on the asymptomatic, because one of the issues that we've discovered, I think, with Delta is that when you are asymptomatic, you can still pass it, even if you're vaccinated and asymptomatic. So that's one of those. I think that is great. Then also why we're doing the pooled testing for everybody, because there still could be people who are transferring it without knowing that they're
right. And again, I want to commend everybody that is attending school, because we are attending to the 4 pillars. And I believe that the mask wearing, the physical distancing, and the facilities changes that we've made with the air scrubbers and everything is also doing its work to keep us safe too.
I thought of another question, sorry.
Okay.
So after vacations and families travel, especially like going on planes in crowded areas, is there any requirement to quarantine after that or get tested before coming back to school?
There are travel practices in place, and they're different for people who are vaccinated and unvaccinated. So there are similar practices for a modified quarantine if you're unvaccinated and have traveled. But the travel piece is harder to monitor because people don't have to disclose. But if you do travel to a foreign country, we hope that you would disclose, because that gets a little bit more difficult. Longer periods of time on planes and close contacts with people in countries that may have larger spread of COVID or different variations of COVID. So we have had families returning from foreign travel, and they've all been very forthcoming about where they've been and asking us what they should do.
All right, thank you.
And again, just to reiterate, that might be an important point to make sure we're communicating clearly to people.
You know, one thing that I want to mention is that Susan and I were talking today, and we want to start this Friday with a little blog around health stuff. And we have, like, I don't know where I put it, but we have already 4 things that we want, 4 things that we want to, or subjects that we want to tackle. And so that the first subject we want to put out there is how can you help us stay safe? And that would be about how does home to school communication help us keep everybody safe? And then we'll go into some different details about contact tracing and definitions of things. And then, and we want to kind of put that out to families every week around COVID safety and around how we're doing, those types of things. So that will start tomorrow.
That's great. And making sure it goes out through school sites and stuff as well. So
And we want to post it on our website as well. So then people will have like a place to go and reference it.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Great. Firstly, thank you so much, Leticia as well, of course, but Martha, that was a really great deep dive, kind of recap on a lot of stuff that we knew we needed to know, but maybe didn't get into the details, especially around contact tracing. Now, I think in the spring, we had those same guidelines, but now that we're actually living it, we care a lot more. So it's helpful to, it's helpful to kind of see that big overview. And thanks for all the work around setting up the testing as well. And I think that's also really important and helpful. So couple quick questions. Sorry, I just lost my place here on my notes. For the testing, it sounds like you're setting up pooled testing. That's like basically a surveillance or monitoring purpose for all the students, TK through 12. And does that include all of the employees as well at all the sites? We're not sure yet.
It can, but it will definitely include all the people in a classroom. So paras and teachers will be
okay.
in that piece.
Okay, so everybody like with students in a classroom.
Right, and just it's important to note that it is pool testing. So if a teacher if an unvaccinated staff member is in a class, it wouldn't count as their weekly testing. It would not count as their weekly testing.
Okay, and that was going to be my second test too. The second question too. Then it sounds like you're also setting up then like bi-weekly testing for unvaccinated employees as the requirement for the state mandate for vaccination.
We're going to provide employees within their workday the opportunity to go get tested in the community.
Okay, great. And is that a twice a week? I don't remember if it's a once a week or twice.
Once a week.
Once a week. Okay, so it's so the soft mandate from the state's vaccination or once a week testing. Okay, that makes sense. And so two more questions about testing. And sorry, this is like my background to some extent a little bit, so I ask a lot of like more medical questions, but if students have some symptoms, I guess then their options are to go to testing in the community, either at the weekly testing at the Ted Adcock Center or through a physician or clinic. And we're not offering that kind of testing ad hoc for students on site at this time, right?
Other than the pool testing.
Other than the pool testing, okay. Right. And then I've been getting questions too, and so I want to also understand. And then the second question for that is where there are testing requirements for students or staff, and they do need to kind of go get it on their own. What is acceptable, or do we have clarity yet as to what types of tests are acceptable? Because there's a gamut of types of, when we say COVID tests, of course, we know there's COVID molecular tests, which we sometimes also call PCR tests, but there's more than PCR as far as molecular tests. Then there's the antigen tests, and there's the antibody tests, which really don't fit into our scope because they're just testing immunity. So we want one of the virus tests, the molecular or the antigen tests. Do we know, or do we have clarity yet as far as like what is an acceptable test?
Well, I can do an at this time.
Okay, perfect. And this is exactly why I asked, because 2 weeks ago, there were different products on the market. So it's like, it is constantly changing.
So at this time, what you're saying is a PCR test or an antigen test are the only tests that we would accept.
Okay, that makes sense.
There are over-the-counter tests. And so the only caveat here is if you take an over-the-counter test and it's a positive, then we consider it a positive. So a positive is always a positive, no matter what test you're taking.
Yeah.
But those over-the-counter tests, we don't really accept negative results.
Okay, that's helpful.
So.
Great.
So the recommendation is if you go to CVS and you get a positive test, don't come to school and follow up with a PCR antigen test.
Yep. That makes sense, because if I Yeah, the piece, the antigen, I think they sometimes give false positives if I recall. So that makes a lot of sense. Okay. So the just to make sure I understand it, then it's basically either is acceptable, the molecular test or the antigen test, like for positives, but only the PCR subset of molecular tests or the antigen test will be counted for negatives.
Right. And,
Okay.
and yes,
Okay.
any positive on any test to
Counts
us
as a
is a
positive.
Yeah.
Yeah. That makes sense. And then only PCR can count as negative or antigen can count as negative also. Okay, great. Thank you. So I told you it's kind of nerdy questions.
Follow up on that real quick, Martha.
Sure.
So I thought that we were trying to explore the opportunity of having some contact tracing type of testing. So for individuals, not just the pool. Are we not exploring that? Maybe I misunderstood. And that you said that we're trying to explore having that available for teachers or others who have to do those contact tracings, but that's not, we're just doing the pool testing at this
We're just doing the pool testing at this point, yes.
And you feel comfortable using both PCR and antigen? My understanding is the antigen is just not as accurate.
It's not as accurate. Susan is PCR, PCR, PCR.
Okay. Yeah, but the state requirement for testing is not PCR?
The California Department of Public Health is actually saying that a testing strategy could be antigen testing.
Like for international travel, that's all PCR stuff. They don't let you do anything.
Yeah, and the reason there's a really good, I would encourage folks that want to learn more about the different testing types, look up, there's a great FDA fact sheet on types of testing. So if you look, like Google, something like that, and the antigen testing actually can give false positives, which is good. That's what you want in any kind of diagnostic test, because you'd rather think that you're sick and not be sick than the opposite. That's kind of like the dogma in diagnostic testing. So I think that's why there's flexibility to include the antigen, though if you're going to be a purist scientifically, you prefer the PCR because you're going to not get the false positives. So for our purposes for surveillance, it's okay to get false positives because then you can validate them with the PCR. So it makes sense. Thank you, Dr. Martha. I think we hereby grant you an honorary doctorate degree, and I'm glad we have Susan on board as well. I'm sure you guys never thought you'd become experts in this area, but we're glad that you have become so among the many other hats.
That's right. Susan has become a good teacher, and I have become a good nurse. So there you go.
Hey, Martha, on the Hazel Health numbers that you gave, those percentages, are those people that have signed up for the service to get physicians?
Yeah,
so it's not people filling out the trackers. It's people that actually are going to get services from them.
Exactly. They can get at-home services and they'll be able to access the at-school services.
Okay.
If a person hasn't signed up and they come to the office and they're not feeling well and they haven't signed up, they won't be able to access the Hazel Health services. So that's why, as you can see from the graph, we need to do a bit of a push at the high school.
And go through why it's helpful to be signed up if you end up in the office sick, because you can call. Can you go through that?
Yeah, so there's actually a health cart, and on the health cart is an iPad, and the iPad will have a direct connection to a pediatric nurse where you will be able to describe the child's symptoms, and the child can describe their symptoms. And there's also an iPod, which will take, which can do diagnostics on the student so that the pediatric nurse has information to make a determination if the child can stay in school or go home.
And if they're not signed up, then the kid's got to go home.
Typically, yes.
Okay.
It's also helpful to the staff. I just know as being a principal that I wish I had access to a pediatric nurse, because it can be hard to be making decisions about children that aren't your own. So it's nice to have that support for our staff.
Right. Okay. Lots of info, lots of questions.
Yeah, it's a great thing too, because parents, maybe they can't take time off for work, or they don't have, they can actually have a doctor's visit at home and get information about how to take care of something, how long a kid might be out of school, without having to make that appointment and not get an appointment for 2 or 3 days and the child's still out, right? So it's really good. I'm really excited to see the data on this particular program.
Great, great. Any other questions? Bring them on, bring them now. Okay, thank you very much, Leticia and Martha, for that presentation and update on all that's going on. You got a lot going on, and it sounds like you got a lot more to do too. So thank you for that. Okay, if that's it, we'll finish up that item and we'll go on to our next item, which is a presentation on data and instruction. And it's a presentation. Who's
Yes,
that?
hi, hello again. So we're here today to just give you an overview around the data and the importance of data and how that can help us with making informed decisions for services. So the question here is, are we meeting the needs of all students? And if you don't mind clicking the next slide, Rosie, here's an overview of the agenda today. We're just going to talk about, I'm going to talk about the importance of data inquiry and review, revisit some of the state data and present new local data, and talk about the implications for all the different goals and initiatives of our various plans and programs, as well as review goals for this upcoming year. The next slide, we're bringing this back to you, which is an overview of our multi-tiered system of supports, also known as MTSS. And here you're going to see the 4 major prongs that define the foundations of MTSS: the administrative leadership, integrated educational framework, family and community engagement, and inclusive policy structures and practice. I did want to just point out the last prong, which is the inclusive policy structures and practice, because the data that we'll present tonight will show you that there are some policies and practices that we currently have in place that may present some unintentional consequences that may be causing some of our students to not perform as well as other subgroups. The next slide, slide 4, will show you just an overview of what the California dashboard looks like. And this is linked into a video that gives anybody who would like to know more about how we can access the dashboard. But every public school district, in the effort to ensure that all of the districts are accountable for making sure that we have equitable outcomes for students. This was presented to us, I would say, and Jesus, maybe you can have like 4 years ago, dashboard was maybe 5 years ago with the LCAP.
2016 and it started in 2013.
6 years ago. Great, thank you. Well, more than that. It's 8 years ago. Okay, so then here, the state measures these different indicators based on color, the color gauges. Red meaning the lowest performing and blue meaning the highest performing. And so in the next few slides, we're going to see these colors again in specific subgroups of students. And because of COVID-19, unfortunately, we're not able to really assess using the CASP. We do have some suspension data, but the state's goal and our goal for every district is that we get back on the California dashboard and take a look at the most current data, which will be this academic school year. Actually, the spring data of the LPAC, which measures our English learners. So we'll have that data available, as well as the CASP that will be assessed. And then the next slide, Rosie. And so this is called the cycle of the continuous improvement cycle. And this is based on some Carnegie Foundation improvement science knowledge. And we're working with the County Office of Education that is helping us make sure that we form the foundation of having these important data conversations at the multiple levels of our educational system, at the district, at the site, and in the classroom. to ensure that there is the Carol Dweck's growth mindset. It's always important for us to look at the data to ensure that we're building the systems and the services to close that gap. And here you're going to see kind of an overview of the continuous improvement cycle. And again, we're using Super Tuesdays and working with the county to support us with this cycle in training our principals, because the county is coming to our principal and leadership meetings, as well as support our teachers in the classroom so that they also are given the skills and the tools to use this cycle of improvement within the classroom using local daily and weekly data. And so the first one, we talked about multi-tiered systems of support. So I won't spend too much time on that. That was a previous slide. The green section is around the implementation science, which will support us in defining effective and research-based practices to support that tier instructions and intervention systems, tier 2. And then the last, the improvement science is more of a learn by doing cycle of inquiry. We look at the data, we determine what research-based practices are effective, and we implement and we analyze, did it actually work? So these are our LCAP actions and services, because if they're not working, then why are we continuing to implement these actions and services? And then you have, see the cycle of a 3, and we start over again. And the next slide is why improvement science. Well, this cycle definitely helps us close the achievement gap, because we adopt these research-based educational models and programs that have been proven to be successful. And we build that shared understanding to ensure that if something breaks down, whether, and I always look at it as like these 3 questions I personally will always ask is, 1, is it fiscally feasible? Because we might have an amazing superstar program, but it cost us $500,000. It's not fiscally feasible, even though it is research-based practices. And then 2, the second question, is it easily implemented? Do we have the staff and do we have the departments that can support the implementation of whichever practice we're implementing? And is it research-based, of course? And using those 3 questions, we always ask those questions to ensure, and Jesus definitely will appreciate the fiscal question, to ensure that we're implementing practices that can help us in closing that gap. And then the next slide is another visual of what the cycle looks like. And I always ask the questions of what is the purpose? We plan, we act upon that, we reflect, and the cycle starts over again. And this has been seen, this is not a new concept. I know that there are multiple, there's this cycle of continuous improvement. This is the model that we want to use. But there was also back in the days when I got my doctorate, which I don't want to tell you how many years ago that was. I was, yes, a couple of decades, let me tell you that. And so it was gap analysis. So this concept is not new about cycle of continuous improvement, but this has, we're adopting this particular cycle as we look at data and try to implement the strategies to support closing that gap. And then I did want to, before we go, so you can click on the next slide, Rosie. I'm just going to talk a little bit here. No, the green one, we can talk about that one. Thank you. So before we even go into looking at the dashboard, which is the state data and also our local data, I did want to share, as emphasized by Dr. McFetridge, and the equity statement that has been brought tonight for review and approval. I want to quote part of the equity statement. A system's performance is a result of its design and operation, not simply a result of individuals' efforts within the system. So why data? Because data informs our decision and supports the design of the programs that will allow students to thrive and grow. Data will also support the allocation of those services and resources to make sure that they directly go to where the need is. And so, for example, it will allow us to strategically design those interventions that are in school, after school, summer school, to serve students that need it the most. And lastly, data can support our parents in that family engagement prong in MTSS to provide them with tools and resources to support students at home and events like family engagement. Also, before we go into the data, wanted to share the 3 major trends that we've seen here. So one, and the most urgent observation that you'll see is that our Latino students have substantially less opportunity for success in our schools, but I also want to say that this is one piece, a couple of pieces of data, and it's a trend not only at Cabrillo, it's a trend across California. But it's something that is urgent and necessary for us to address and try to bring back that equity visual of the boxes and the tree or the baseball game and the 3 children who need that extra support. So as we look at the data, we're going to see that this is the case for English learners around academic achievement as it's measured by the state and local data, and also engagement. And one particular indicator of engagement is suspension rates and grades and the local assessments. English learners are across the board. We're in differentiated assistance because 4 of our subgroups that you'll see in a second, 4 indicators, LCAP indicators, point that English learners are basically not successful. They're in the red. So going back to the gauge, they are in the red gauge. And this has been a continued, unfortunately, continued data piece over the last, since we've been using the dashboard. So there are also 3 others. So the second observation and trend that I wanted to mention is that there are 3 other subgroups who have similarly experienced the learning gaps. These are socioeconomically disadvantaged students, our Hispanic Latino students, and our students with disabilities under the suspension in access to college and career coursework, instruction in English language arts, and also mathematics. And the third trend that we'll see is that the local mathematics and assessments data mirrors that of the state CASP data. And the subgroups that continue to demonstrate the gap in achievement continue to be the same subgroups, whether it's local data, math data, ELA, or state data. And we'll circle back to these trends in a second. So now we can go on to the next slide. And so we did want to point out that we are designated as differentiated assistance. And this is as part of the release of the dashboard, certain districts were identified who have more than 2 subgroups who are performing in the red category for 2 different priority areas that you'll see. And again, here we see the 3 different subgroups that have caused us to receive this extra support from the county office in order for us to look at the data, give assessments, and determine those strategies that are research-based and feasible for us to implement to ensure that these subgroups no longer stay in the red and we're moving the subgroups forward into eventually the blue section. And then the next slide, this is a comparison of all of the districts in San Mateo County. And here's Cabrillo Unified School District. And as you can see, also something worth noting that although we do have a green indicator in college and career, we don't have overall all students in the blue, which that's the top color of performance. So not only do we have opportunities of growth for our subgroups that have continued to not achieve, we have opportunities of growth for all students. And then the next slide, Rosie, here you're going to see the dashboard from 2019. And this is remembering the gauge and the red being the lowest, then orange, yellow being in the middle, green being close to the upper portion of the dashboard, and then blue being the highest performing. And so here we can see English learners are in the red for suspension, college and career, English language arts, and mathematics. The next significant subgroup, and it's important to note that English learners, we have about approximately 20% of our students are English learners. Socioeconomically disadvantaged students, this makes up about close to 45, if not 50% of our student population. And this includes all students, white, Hispanic, Latino, English learners, non-English learners. It includes a more diverse group of students. And here we have the socioeconomically disadvantaged subgroups with red under suspension, red under mathematics, and orange under ELA, college and career and graduation. And then lastly, we have the Hispanic, who we see here under red, under suspension. Also want to point out that yes, we do have many greens, but we don't see a blue. So we hope that not hope, because hope is not a strategy. I know that with the work that our site teams are doing, our elementary and secondary task force, our principals, and this year in making sure that we provide those wraparound service around SEL and math, we will see a growth with the level of interventions that we're providing. And the next slide. Here's yet another view of the CASP math results. And this is just overall performance of, the blue would be standard met. And we have less than 50%, right? In the 30% to 40% of students that are at proficiency, at standard being met. The majority of our students, approximately 60 to 70%, are standard nearly met or standard not met at all. And then the same patterns we can see with about 10% less of a gap, because our students perform slightly better, 10% better with ELA versus with the math CASP. And you take a look at the next slide, Rosie, English language arts. And then the next slide, 16. Here, we are taking a look at the English language arts academic indicator, and you can see where the specific subgroups are dispersed. English learners are in the red, but then we have, again, also important to note that the Hispanic, homeless, socioeconomically disadvantaged, and students with disabilities who are performing in the orange. And then we have in the green, white and 2 or more races. The next slide. It's mathematics. And here, as you can see, we have more subgroups that are now performing under the red. English learners, homeless, socioeconomically disadvantaged, students with disabilities. Here we have Hispanics that are a subgroup that are in the orange. And similar to the ELA, we have 2 or more races and white subgroup of students performing green. And of course, the other subgroups that you see in the grayed area are statistically, they are significant, but statistically not significant because there's such a small number of students. Just because of the HIPAA and FERPA, we don't want to call that out because of the privacy situation. Then the next slide. And so here are some implications that this data has allowed us to build the actions, services, and strategies in multiple programs and plans. The one most importantly is the local control accountability plan, the supplemental funding. We are strategically and explicitly pushing in those services and supports to the sites and to the students that are mentioned here. Our English learners, Hispanic, Latino, socioeconomically disadvantaged, special education, homeless. One example is Title I sites. So although we are looking at Tier 1, making sure that everybody gets that one box of support, then we're giving additional supports to our Title I sites. This looks like, for example, an action and service that we'll be implementing are additional classified paraprofessional support in our lower elementary schools. The next one is our single plan for student achievement goals. These single plans are directly aligned to LCAP, and we want to make sure that there are specific actions and services that will address this learning gap. The comprehensive coordinated early intervening services plan that Martha had previously presented also directly aligned actions and services that are directly aligned to this plan. And we mentioned the differentiated assistance. This is also a plan that will specifically support these three subgroups of students. And there's actually an LCAP goal that is specific to making sure that we provide some of the funding and supports for the subgroups. Now we're going to move on to the local data slides, Rosie. And then we'll look at slide 20. Oh, here we go. Okay, so here we now have been able, and again, with the support of multiple people, I do want to call out Andrea and Marianne from Cunha and the high school, because they worked tirelessly in making sure that they pull this data for the presentation. So here we see overall the first semester Fs. As we can see, the Fs have roughly doubled between one academic year to the other. This is both at, so this one here is at Half Moon Bay High School. And then if we look at the next slide, we're going to see the Cunha Intermediate. We see the similar trend between 1920, which was our COVID year where we shut down, and then 2021, that was mainly remote learning and a hybrid learning model. Then the next slide, Rosie, if we look at the Ds, at Half Moon Bay High School, the Ds stayed roughly the same compared to the prior year. And also Ds were the same for the other groups. And then the next slide for Cunha. Here we see that the Ds nearly doubled for our Hispanic Latino students. And then the next slide, as part of the funding, the ESSER funding, and the LCAP requirement, we were required to either administer the CASP or select a local ELA, ELD and math assessment that would be given 3rd through 8th and 11th, so to replace the CASP. And as you know, we already had our secondary schools who only came back for about 4 weeks. And after consultation with multiple groups, it just was not feasible for us to bring kids back for pulling them out to give assessments. And here, the Lexia ELA assessment, it's an assessment that has been used even prior to, probably for the last 3 to 4 years, and it was used in the elementary grades. And because it is aligned to the Common Core state standards, but this was the local assessment that half of our teachers have already been trained on. And we decided to implement that middle school and the 11th grade. And so here you're going to see the bars represent proficient and above. So we would like to see all the bars very tall. And so here again, and it's the similar trend that we saw with the Ds and Fs. We have our English learners, special education, Hispanic, Latino, socioeconomically disadvantaged, who have very small percentage of students as compared to the mainstream English only and all students. If you look at the next slide, Rosie, and I did want to so I'm really good at math. I'm better at math, so like Martha said, than language. So I oversaw this little error here, this typo. This is supposed to say mathematics using math local assessments. Want to clarify that. And here you're going to see again the similar trends in mathematics. And again, most mathematics, we see, unfortunately, that our students are performing lower in mathematics. And part of it is that Common Core has embedded a lot of language in all core content, particularly mathematics. but here's similar trends. This is, the bars represent subgroups of students, looking blue at all students, and they represent students that are performing at proficiency or above. And this is at the bottom, you'll see 3rd through 8th, and then also 11th. We do see an 11th. Yes, so here we see some predictable, some predictions on having our English learners, our socioeconomically disadvantaged and Hispanic Latino students who are performing not as their counterparts, all students in English only. And then if you look at the next slide, again, this is another visual of what exactly MTSS looks like, looking at the pyramid of intervention. I just wanted to point out that MTSS grew out of the 2 intervention SIS frameworks, the response to intervention and PBIS. And we are implementing both the MTSS and PBIS. And as you can see here, the first level of support, because we're going to transition in a second to the initiatives. So we're going to talk about initiatives that are broken down in 3 different areas. So you'll see the universal supports at the bottom, the blue. So this, for example, would be the Foundations program, where every single elementary child is receiving this extra supplemental part to their English language arts curriculum. In secondary, this would look like the No Red Ink. It's supporting all of our English language arts students. And then 2, you see the targeted supports and targeted interventions. What this looks like, this may look like, and I'm focusing right now on the academic piece because I know Martha has already gone in on explaining the SEL piece to MTSS. So the targeted supports that we'll talk about in a second, these are our interventions for smaller groups of kids. So after we give assessments, then we have a data dive to determine which of our students receive, would benefit and in closing that gap and receive certain interventions. So this example would be summer school, after school interventions. And then of course we have our 3rd and more intensive intervention at the top. And these would be some of our language support classes at the secondary level, and more one-to-one support. And then the next slide, implications to, again, here we're going to see more of our plans and our goals that all of these plans here have actions and services that we have brought to the plans based on the data that has been presented tonight. And wanted to say that the cost, the coordination of services team, student study teams, all of these groups that occur at the high school when we're analyzing the data and a student comes to us with an academic gap, we use the data presented and we pull not only state and local data, but also observational data to determine and define those services. The next slide will give you a list of some of the actions and services that some of these plans have outlined. So one is the equitable practices and policy. I mean, today we brought to board the equity statement. This is one example. Also last year, we brought the English language master plan to the board. Extended day kinder, and thanks to our kinder teachers and the collaboration with Dr. McFetridge and our teams, this year we are, after conferences, going to extend the kinder day. And so we actually are setting up a meeting with our kinder teachers to define and talk about those extra supports as our paraprofessional push in, intervention specialists pushing in, as well as some of our VAPA services that can also be used for enrichment, while some of our teachers can take and pull out small groups of students. Another practice that we're implementing this year is our new preschool hub. The ground has broken. I know we have construction going on there, but this is a perfect example of inclusive learning, making sure that our students with special needs are integrated with general education and making sure that all our students have that support. We continue to implement various components of the EL master plan. This year, we are engaging in an ELA and ELD adoption, restorative practices, improved literacy instruction. Our intervention specialists are continue, day one, they are pushing into classrooms, making sure that we give our different providers such as ALAS, English language development teachers on special assignment. We have hired teachers on special assignment that will push in at different levels to support our ELs. And after school interventions, we're currently going to be posting for CUSD teachers that are interested in giving in-person small group intervention after school and expanded learning opportunities. So expanded learning opportunities is specifically linked to the funding source that Jesus and I will be presenting next month. We'll be bringing to you a plan. So the expanded learning opportunities looks like the after school program that I mentioned earlier, where 60 students at Hatch are being served through our expanded learning staff. And these are students that have met that wear multiple hats of the subgroups described. And expanded learning opportunities also may look like push-in services like through ALAS and through visual arts and performing arts. We have started the contract with ALAS, and our kinder and first grade students will be receiving 30 hours of instruction around visual arts and performing arts. And lastly, the increased family engagement events. We are currently working with our community liaisons in increasing professional development and having Wednesday reserved as our family engagement night, so that our community liaisons and all our staff is able to provide parents those services when they're able to engage, because most of our at-promise families are typically working during the school day, and they need some time after school where they're able to come in and receive those services and supports. And this is just a few of the foundational practices that we're implementing. We could have probably listed another 3-4 slides of services, but making sure that we take a look at the time. Just wanted to share a few of these. And lastly, it's the questions. Are there any questions from the board? And I'm going to take a drink of water for a second.
Working you girls hard tonight. And the talking. Questions for Leticia?
I'll start with a thank you. As always, you earned that water, Leticia, for sharing so much with us. And I just want to thank everybody who's involved in pulling this together. I know it's sometimes not easy to look at and not easy to talk about, but I think that, again, I'll go back to the Maya Angelou inspiration: do the best you can until you know better. And then when you know better, do better. I think that's where we should always think where we are. And your descriptions about the continuous improvement process, I think are, that should be our culture and our model for how we work, and our value around systems performance is the result of its design and operation, not simply a result of individuals' effort within that system. So while we know there are a lot of mitigating factors that make it difficult and are out of our control, and there's societal factors around poverty and housing and racism and the like that make it harder for some groups to succeed or not in school, it's our responsibility to acknowledge those realities and acknowledge the where students are coming from and where they are, and chart where they want to go together and figure out how we're going to do that together as well. So those foundational practices that you described, Leticia, and I know there are a lot more, but those basic principles of just challenging how we do what we do in our schools at a very foundational level, even, and sometimes it's big ways, like, years ago when the high school looked at revamping its master schedule to allow for a block schedule to give more time and space for learning in class and less rushing from one to another. Like that was a great example of like a foundational change that really can make a difference for students and for everybody in the school community. And and it could be like the small examples that you described today, Leticia, around like standardizing which night of the week family engagement events take place. Like that's easy to do. There's not even really cost to it. We work with our staff to make sure that they're available on that one night. It's easy enough for them. So these changes can be big or small, but they can be meaningful and they can really make it easier for everybody to do what we want to do for kids when we do it together. And that improves morale, that gives us all more energy, that improves retention and attracting employees. There are many factors to these things that all fit in together. So I'm really thankful that you brought this to us. And to see that we have these, I'm just eyeballing, like looking at across all of these data, 2 to 5 fold differences between groups. We need to take that really seriously and know that those are real differences, and figuring out how we're continuously going to do that. I'm grateful for the work at the district level and the state level. So I think the questions that I had before are mostly have addressed. Just taking a look at my list. I guess my question is too, can you describe, like, because I appreciate the presentations here. How are these conversations happening district-wide, and how are these conversations happening at the site level? So for example, what kind of data access do folks have at the site or at the class or the department level to see, what do grades look like, or what do Lexia results look like? How is that working, and how is it where is it going?
So this year, our Super Tuesdays, we're focusing on data-informed decision-making, looking at and giving tools to teachers, to principals on how not only to look at the data, but start to unfold it, like the layers of the onion, to make sure you get to the core of looking at every individual student who may not be achieving. So how are we doing that? So you asked a couple of questions. We are Super Tuesday, right? We're trying to have those data conversations. Last year, the focus was on more taking a look at unintentional biases and implicit biases. And so this year, we really want to roll up our sleeves with the data. Mm-hmm. And we not only are doing it with Super Tuesday, but also grade level meetings, subject specific meetings. Our principals are already starting to take a look and dig deeper on the D's in the D's and F's during the staff meetings / grade level department meetings. And what data, you asked the question of what data do our site teachers have access to? So principals, of course, will have access to more. Our teachers do have access to the LPAC. The LPAC data was shared with our principals, so they have individual students by grade level, so that our teachers then know who their ELs are. That's one example. We used to have EDEMS, and that's a data management system. Unfortunately, that's sunsetting, and they actually have unplugged the data. So right now, there is no access to the EDEMS piece. But we do have some data available through Infinite Campus, and all of our teachers take attendance through Infinite Campus. And so that's one way of our educators taking a look at which children are SPED, which children are English learners. I know socioeconomically disadvantaged data is not available in Infinite Campus, but should there be conversations around that? I mean, because that's private information, but we can kind of generalize as to percentages of which students are SES. I mean, I told you earlier that we have 50% of our students are SES. Mm-hmm. And we have only 20% of our students who are English learners. So that may include many other subgroups. And this year we're working with Giannis and Randy Rudolph and Jesus in transitioning from the EDIM system to, I think it's Illuminate DNA. And that is a system that is going to house all of this important data that was presented. It could house, and by subgroup, it could house it by subgroup, by classroom, by teacher, and it's a super friendly tool. EDIMS was friendlier than Infinite Campus, because Infinite Campus is not user friendly as other programs.
It has another purpose. It's a warehouse.
Yeah. It's a warehouse. So yeah, it's not user friendly.
Not analytics tool. Yeah.
Yes.
That makes sense.
And also, I'm trying to think of what other data. Lexia, for example, this is the first year. Last year, because of pandemic, we just didn't have time. We didn't have the staffing to do the rollout. But this year, we have uploaded demographic data on the Lexia, which is English Language Arts, so that individual teachers can look at the demographics by percentages in their classroom. And keeping in mind that Lexia is not only an assessment tool, but it also supplemental to English Language Arts, where students can access that at home. Classroom teachers can use that for small group instruction. But I think that did I answer your questions, Sophia?
Mm-hmm.
I think I answered.
Yes, it does. Yes, thank you. No, that's really great. It sounds like there's just ongoing conversations, and I'm glad, we have Randy and Jesus and others really looking at kind of the systems architecture of these systems, so they can be put together in ways that they can be usable for people at the different levels, from the district to the site to the department to the classroom, to be able to look and see trends and use them to see those trends and troubleshoot and help individual students as well. So that's really helpful. I had one other question that just escaped my mind, so I'll come back to that. But
I did want to add one more, is the CalPADS data. That's super confidential. So I know that, but I know that we have access to that to take a look at also demographics. So it'd be parent education. And the second data piece is a CUME folder, even though it is old school paper. There's always a CUME folder that our teachers have access to. And I know we see teachers in the office all the time pulling the CUME and learning more about all of the different data points. So that's also another source of data.
No, that's good to know. And that just reminded me, Mike, kind of as we're thinking about these different data, I think the data are important for different reasons. First and foremost, of course, because they are, albeit an imperfect reflection of learning, they are some kind of reflection of some kind of learning. Sorry, there's a dog barking out my window. And also, I think, they have so many other implications in terms of learning opportunities that they open up, especially as you get into upper grades around prerequisites. And we talk about grades and the role they play in opening up next level opportunities. Opportunities to participate in athletics. Of course, we have minimum GPA, both middle school and high school level. If you don't have that minimum GPA, you also can't participate in athletics. So I think as we talk about these assessments, I think it's important to know, to of course realize, and we know LPAC results of course impact whether kids need to be in ELD, which impacts if they could take wheel or electives and such. So I think there's so many implications to this that I appreciate your speaking to the foundational activities, like looking at our policies around grading or homework or what have you, to be able to appreciate where kids are coming from and how our structures impact them in more ways than just what's on the report card. So that's all. I think all my other questions that I had, you thought of in advance. You did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to follow up, I have a couple different question areas, but just to follow up a little bit on the data stuff. But first off, yes, thank you, Leticia, and all the support staff who pulled together all of that data. I mean, of course, I wish it was different. Like, I wish you were showing me different data and that everything was good, because this has been a continual problem. So I guess I wanted to first talk about the data a little bit in terms of, I understand that we're using Lexia because we don't have the CAS as much, and CAS is also questionable and sometimes in the ways that it's implemented. Do you feel confident with the Lexia data? And that's just for English language arts, right? And then the question is, do we also have local assessments for math? I'm sorry if I missed that earlier. And do you feel confident in those 2 assessments for local, or are there other ones that you think would be better and more actually reflective or helpful to teachers and students?
So, well, Lexia, we have, again, last year, we were, if we look at our journey over the last 6 months, teams of people beginning from, the site level, classified, certificated district staff, we were focused on opening schools. And that was definitely a monstrous feat that we successfully opened schools. Now, with that being said, as we were trying to open schools, the state, we didn't know if they didn't announce that we were mandated to give the CASP, when they were going back and forth as everybody was. But they told us around March, okay, yes, if you want to, you can administer the CASP, and it just wasn't feasible. And so Lexia, it was vetted previously by the previous leadership here at Cabrillo for elementary. It was something that all our schools were using as their main assessment. It's aligned to Common Core. Is it the best? Again, it's aligned to Common Core, and that's what's important. I can't answer if it was the best assessment, but what is great about Lexia is that now we're able to see subgroups, and it's the first district-wide ELA assessment that has been given, 3rd actually through 12th. So even though we didn't present the 9th, 10th, or 12th data, we still use it because it's an indicator for reclassification. Reclassification has 4 different criteria. And Lexia now is the common assessment across the board. And the challenge we have, and I'll tell you why we felt we needed to use an outside assessment for particularly elementary, because in elementary, we this year are going to look and explore into an ELA ELD adoption. Currently in elementary, one site uses Wonders Maravillas, the other 3 sites use actually a curriculum that is not state approved. It could be adopted, state allows it, but it does not serve English learners. There's data now coming out that the current ELA ELD that the other 3 sites are using, it's the Lucy Calkins Readers and Writers Workshop. It's great for kids that are performing at grade level. And actually Hillsborough uses it, Palo Alto, all the high performing districts use it. And so I'm not saying it doesn't support all students, but it's something that we need to look into it. So last year we needed to make a quick decision because we needed to assess, and we chose Lexia. So there may be other assessments, but it is a decent assessment that has alignment to Common Core. The other important thing to note about the Lexia and the math local assessments is that Lexia, the state is, because we didn't administer CASP, the LCAP and the state is requiring us to give those assessments 3 years in a row. And so we can always add assessments, which
Seeing the same data. So because you use Lexia in the spring, now for the next 2 years, you're committed to using Lexia.
Correct.
Okay. I
Correct.
was asking because I thought maybe there would be other ones that you thought were more beneficial. I didn't realize we were kind of locked into this one. So yeah, okay.
Yes. But Freya, it's important to know though that when we CASP, we will also add CASP. You can add, you can't take away. That's what the state told us.
Right.
And so definitely CASP is really the best like norm reference assessment. That's the one that we should probably use, I think. I want to also address your math question.
Okay, but we're just real quick because the CAS is only once a year, whereas Lexia can be done throughout the year. Is that right?
Yes, Lexia can be done, and we're building for elementary. We are building the Lexia calendar. Well, no, Lexia, yes, Lexia will be done multiple times throughout the year. It's being done, we are selecting this year 2 times. The state did not indicate the frequency, but something that is important for us to always have a pre and a post. So that's why we want to assess at least twice. And that's in elementary, and in high school, it'll be assessed as well. And in math, we're using Delta Math at the secondary level. And that was actually, it was suggested by our own teachers, by our own math teachers as an assessment and a tool that supports instruction. And in the elementary level, we are looking at in defining and modifying the bridges assessment, because last year there was a challenge in elementary where, because of COVID and the bridges curriculum that we adopted didn't have an online component, we also used, we purchased an online program, a math program, so teachers had the option to use both. But this year we're going to standardize that. And I already talked to the county and they said it was fine as long as we're standardizing to use bridges, which is our math adopted curriculum assessments. We're going to use the assessment from the bridges math adopted curriculum.
Okay. And then I had a question for, and thank you for that detail on the data, just because I think that is important. So I had a question on the slide with the end one with all the improved foundational practices. And again, I think many of these things are just really wonderful and it's great we're doing them. So kind of two questions, I guess, two parts. The first is, some of them seem more like interventions rather than foundational, but maybe I'm defining foundational in a different way. So I was kind of wondering, are some of them on the first tier and some of them on the second tier?
Yes. Yes, some of them are first and some of them are so the pyramid, some of them are tier 1, some of them are tier 2. Yes.
And then how do we know? So it's great that we're doing all of these things. And I know that, you know that for the last, ever since I've been on the board, we've been trying to do this, right? And so I guess my question is, how do we know which things help or don't help in the end? And I know that we have the before and after data and we have some summer school data, but like even the other stuff, the softer stuff, which I think is so important and it's wonderful, but how do we know that these things are working to improve the situation? Like at what point, like, how do we figure out in your cycle of continuous improvement, when you implement things and then you say, okay, now what's working and how do we do something better? How do we do that piece to make that really clear on what we're looking at? Is it just if the kids improve, period? But how do we know which of the things is actually helping them to improve? Do you see what I'm kind of trying to get at?
Yeah, so what you're getting at is a little bit of what the LCAP does. So the LCAP asks us to define metrics. So some of it is a challenge. It's a challenge to measure the effectiveness, but I mean, one such thing is, I'll give you an example. So last year with the pandemic, we purchased all of these online applications, but some were not being used. So why would we buy them again if they weren't being used, right? That's one example. Some it's usage, some it is student, some of it might be qualitative data from our teachers. We always ask, we just sent out a survey on assessments. We ask our principals or we'll ask our teachers, is this working? Is this not working? And it depends what we're looking at, right? Because the question of how do we know if it's working depends of if it's a curriculum, if it's a service, if it's a program, whether it's online or in person. And the goal this year, I mean, the LCAP typically does that. They will make us define metrics, right? So one example would be around family engagement and the support of our community liaisons, because we pay community liaisons through LCAP supplemental. And so we said, okay, so we want to see increased professional development for community liaisons. That's one metric. And the second metric was to measure the effectiveness is the number of engagement events, not necessarily the participation, but the number. And so we're asking that we move from having typically 2 engagements to 4, I believe, I don't have it memorized, but I believe it's a number of engagements. I believe it's 4 throughout the year. And that's how we defined as measuring success of family engagement.
Leticia, can I ask you a question in that vein too? Because I've seen, I think one example too that I'd seen before that was very compelling was for Big Lift, when there was an analysis done of outcomes for students in 3rd grade comparing. So where you can compare, that's always helpful, right? You compare kids that went through the Big Lift preschool versus kids that didn't go through the Big Lift preschool. And you can never say, because you're never designing a prospective trial where you're balancing for all the different factors, socioeconomic, gender, whatever. But there are, like you said, it depends on what you're measuring, what you're looking at, what you're trying to assess, what your measurement tools are. But, that would be
Correct.
one example
And
that I've
then
seen
we
before.
found out, yes, and we found out through Panorama Survey, which is fabulous, and Martha pointed this out, that through Panorama, when we repurchase it, because remember we paused it. Cabrillo has always used it with the LCAP, but we paused it because of the budget cuts 2 years ago. But then we brought it back, and they now have the ability to push in CASP data and LPAC data, and then we ourselves can create subgroups of like intervention. So if we have, let's say, an after-school intervention, now we're going to be able, we can survey the students, that small subgroup of students, and or survey all students, because that's our goal this year. We want to send out an SEL student survey, and then we can filter it through CASP, LPAC, and intervention that we've been given. So we definitely, for AR, I think that is wonderful, because that's what we're already thinking, is how do we measure that the interventions are actually working? And again, there are different, what Jesus has talked about this, because I always hear Jesus reminding us when we're sending the bills to the business office, he'll remind us and say, okay, well, what is the pre-post? What is the accountability? So when we are asking the providers like ALAS and Project HEAL, we're asking them, okay, well, show us that the purpose of the program had a positive impact. And not only are we asking that for our providers, but we'll start having right now, we're really focused on the data piece and making sure we collect that qualitative or quantitative data to ensure we measure the success. And
so Leticia, if I could
yes.
chime in just a little bit, because if I were to roll back a little bit when Freya was asking you the question of all of these wonderful things that we're trying, how do we know they're working? And I saw the metrics, and I understand the difference between 2 engagement events and 4 engagement events. I mean, that's quantitative. We can check we did it, but the impact it had on the students, it's a little harder to tease apart when you're trying multiple things at the same time, because from a data point, it becomes confounded. My question is, and you touched a little bit referencing some other database that talked about more confidential information, like parents' education levels. Realizing that when you're looking at English language learners or white or Hispanic, that there are many other attributes in a child's life that impact their experience. So, just like I've mentioned, outside studies that talk about kids who have two years of orchestra in, 3rd and 4th grade versus those that don't. If we were to look at our own population of the kids that were successful within the English language learner community, those kids that met the metric, what was their experience and which pieces worked for them? Of the white only, the kids that were successful, what were the attributes, especially if there was any that had difficulty and that showed improvement? So again, for socioeconomic disadvantage, the ones that, not the ones that aren't meeting the metric, but the ones that are meeting the metric, what's working for them?
So you're talking about reverse engineering the process.
Yes, ma'am.
If I may, Leticia, just say that we have been looking into the infrastructure that it is going to be allowing us to do that. So we are looking into, we have this warehouse that can house all of these different application, Panorama, DNA, and all of these things that will provide us with the data that we then will be able to mine just specifically as Kim was referring to. Now, given these characteristics of these children that we can then discern what is it that this particular pre and post or whatever intervention did for the academic and literacy or numeracy or any of those things. So then as we look then into, Leticia referred to the fact that there are these state 11 indicators of success, 6 of them academic that they can extract from the CASP, from all of those things, and 5 of them that we can upload that information, getting to know our local survey. So it's a myriad of things that as we build the infrastructure, these are very good, interesting questions that we should be able to mind. But it's work in progress at this moment.
No, and I certainly understand that. I look at this snapshot and it's just that it was 1 year at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 different grade levels. That's not cohort tracking. So, and so I appreciated that as we listened to this conversation and you provided more information about the testing, that you are doing pre-testing and post-testings. And so you can see the impact of certainly some that teases out individual, because then the kids that did improve, you can see which ones had which interventions or experiences. But when we talk about the external events, I know sometimes that this is communication. I've also had the experience of teaching in other school districts, Foster City in Arizona. And I do know that there was a different culture in interacting with parents of English language learners when I was in Arizona. Very explicit on instructions when you're not in school for language acquisition. And it's not something I have heard in this district.
So parents, let me clarify. So you're talking about, Kim, about parents that would receive like like they also will become the educators. Here's the academic piece for you to do at home.
Not just academics, but more the social, like if you're listening to the news, and just like TV content, have as much time in English as you do in whatever your native language. And again, Arizona, it tended to be Spanish as well. But that there were practices. And again, my sister-in-law teaches middle school in Arizona, and I hear similar things from her that haven't been the culture of this community. And I just wondered if there was other ways to, knowing that what our data doesn't show is that full life experience at home, are there best practices that we can help the community with?
There are, that's interesting that Arizona is doing that. Like, I don't know, I would caution us to, I don't know if I would feel comfortable asking families to, but maybe I have to learn more what the program is. But
I don't know that it was a formal program, but instructions that were given.
Instructions in English or in their home language? Meaning
if the only time you were to get English is during the school day. I mean, again, it's like there's that balance. You want children to be bilingual and they have that rich experience of speaking whatever their native language is at home. But if they're trying to learn English, what are the recommendations for the household to help that child learn English?
I got it. I got you now. But yes, we do give that. And then most of our curriculum do have like homeschool connections for parents in Spanish and in English. I've seen it in math. I mean, we're just like digging through bridges and they have a slew of resources. And as we increase our family engagement events, right, that's also part of our LCAP, we want to expand those resources so that, yes, so exactly, I think what you were suggesting, Kim, is giving the parents in Spanish, okay, these are our benchmarks. We want your child in kinder to know how to count by tens, you know, from 10 to 100 or count by 1 to 100 by the end of the year. That's an example. Or we want them to learn these shapes. We want to, I know that that already happens because we have, our teachers do a fabulous job in sending that information home. But we also want to give that extra support on the family engagement side so that parents get those benchmarks and those high frequency words, math standards, that simple things that our parents can support their child at home. And while they might also be learning, yes. So we are looking into expanding those strategies through DLAC, through ELAC, and these increased family engagement nights. Our recommendation is that we should have ELA and a math night, an ELA family night and a math family night to support our parents with those tools. I know that this was fabulous. In elementary, our teachers, or last year, they asked and they requested for us to send two different, like a manipulative for the classroom and a manipulative at home so that our parents had those tools to support that instruction in math. That's one example as well.
So Leticia, I just want to real quick back up a little bit on the data stuff. I love that there's the idea of qualitative data and kind of amassing it, because I do think that in all these areas that you're trying things, you can see where you really could look at the qualitative data. So if you had these family engagement nights, who are coming, and then is that then translating to those children? How do they feel about what they're learning? And then are those kids actually doing better? So you get a combo of actual data with a qualitative data. Like, are they learning the stuff? Are they feeling engaged with it? I don't know. So I want to put in a plug for making sure that we, even though it's harder sometimes, I think it's easier to say, look, we have 4 engagement nights. That's great. That's a good goal, right? But then the question is how engaged and what the improvement levels were. And whatever point we can in there have that qualitative data, whether it's through surveys or tracking those kids of the parents that are getting the stuff so we know if they've actually improved. I don't know. I'm not an expert by any means, but I just think that that's really important for us to be able to then narrow in on, okay, what really is working? So if it is these family engagement nights, let's do a ton of those, you know, and maybe we don't need X or Y. I don't know what those are. And I wouldn't know what those were, right? We're only going to know once we try them, like your cycle of continuous improvement shows, but really trying to narrow down on how we figure out which ones work. I just think, and again, I don't have the answers, and just supportive of us moving in that direction.
Yes, thank you. And great ideas. Thank you.
I'm really happy to hear all the language around using research-based, you know, evidence here, moving forward with these things, and data-driven and things like that. And it sounds like, you know, amazing things are happening and amazing plans are in place and amazing things are going to happen. And I think part of all these questions around changing direction if things don't work are because, you know, this has been such a chronic problem for us for so long. So I am super happy to hear you say, you know, we'll change directions if we want, we'll look at things, you know, we'll reassess. And I think that is the worry, just because it's been a problem for so long. And I think you're well aware of it and willing to keep an eye on it. But I think that, to me, is kind of wrapping up what is happening here. Am I right? And just opening up for any more comments or questions before we close out this presentation.
Yeah, I'll just leave with also remembering our students' voice and our family's voice, and some of those are hard to get. So if it's through like formal kind of standardized feedback to events that you can follow, or, you know, through the improvements that you've been making, Leticia, through DLAC meetings and ELAC meetings, and supporting and training our liaisons to build those relationships stronger, and really thinking about our, you know, our children's whole people, and those analytic tools that Jesus and Randy and others are working on to be able to connect those dots so we can see the trends. I think that's the direction we want to go, and then we can get on that cycle of continuous improvement that you described. So it's super hard work, and it takes so much collaboration across the board. And I'm really grateful you guys are leading the charge.
Yeah, I'm really excited as well. I think, you know, everything sounds great and exciting. And I think we're just, you know, asking extra questions because we just so want it to work and so want to see improvement. So thank you for all you're doing. I know you're working really hard, you and staff on all of this. So Thank you for what you do, and we'll be excited to hear more as time goes on and we kind of get out of this, hopefully at some point, COVID hard time, which has kind of thrown a wrench in everything. So I know that doesn't make it easy either, because that's another huge confounding factor in all of this. So, okay, if no one has anything else, let's move on to our next item. We are on agenda item 5E, if anyone's following along. Public hearing and adoption of resolution number 1221 to approve the statement for the public textbooks and institutional incentive program for the 2021-22 school year. This is an action item and it is a public hearing as well. So if it sounds okay with everyone, I think we'll get the information, we'll do the public hearing, we'll vote to approve, we'll have discussion, and then we'll vote on it. Move to approve.
Okay. Hello,
okay?
that's my item. So this is a standard practice every year as part of the Education Code 60119. We must have a public hearing and make sure that we inform all of our stakeholders and the board that we do have sufficient standards aligned textbooks or instructional materials in class and to take home. And so we are bringing this to the board tonight to let you know that we have that. And I'm not quite sure when the public hearing happens, so I might need Rosie to help me. Does it happen now?
It should happen now. And Mary Beth, if you want to call out the public hearing.
Yeah, I'll open the public hearing now. Rosie, do we have any admissions?
No, we don't have any comments for this item.
Okay, I will close the public hearing. I will now open it up for a motion and a second so that we can discuss it. If Leticia, you're done, yeah? You don't have anything else? Okay.
Yeah, this is just basically stating that we have ordered and purchased enough instructional materials for our students.
Okay.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Do we need a roll call?
No discussion, no comment.
Discussion, sorry.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mary
Okay.
Beth?
Well, aye.
Freya?
Aye.
Kimberly?
Aye.
Thank you. Sophia?
Aye.
Sarah?
Aye.
4+1. Thank you.
Thanks, Rosie. Okay, adoption of resolution 1321, adopting the GAN limit for the 2021-22 fiscal year.
Members of the board, you have a resolution that we're bringing to you, and this something that dates back to the 1979 during the tax revolt, and what this was is all of the agencies had the state of California wanted to restrict the spending and government spending, and then this was put in place to make sure that the taxpayer could receive back any excess revenue. So as part of the actuals every year, we get to determine whether we had an excess or not. So the calculations of all that revenue and all the taxes received, which are part of this item, show that we did not exceed the GAN limit. And the resolution is precisely for that, for the board to be informed and assert that we did not exceed the GAN limit. And this is an excerpt which is part of the big packet of the unaudited actuals. It just is requires a resolution from the board.
Thanks, Jesus. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
Okay, discussion, questions for Jesus, comments? Good. Okay, Rosie, could you do roll call, please?
Sorry.
Caught her sleeping.
Mary Beth,
Aye.
Freya,
Aye.
Sophia,
Aye.
Kimberly,
Aye.
Sarah.
Aye.
Passes 4+1. Thank you.
We're moving along here, Rosie. Okay.
Mary Beth, maybe we need maybe we'll be done in 20 minutes with the next agenda item, but we might need a resolution to go past 10. What do you guys think?
Well, we'll go one more. I'm watching.
Okay. I think this one's the long one. That was my.
Oh, is it?
Well, it's
Oh.
unaudited actual. So. If there's
Okay,
any
okay.
questions,
Yeah, let's do it. Okay, good call.
I mean,
Anyone have a motion to go past 10 o'clock?
So moved.
I guess Kimberly who seconded.
I can second.
Thank you. Mary Beth,
Aye.
Freya,
Aye.
Kimberly,
Aye.
Sophia,
Aye.
Sarah.
Aye.
Passes 4+1. Thank you.
Okay. Next item, approval of the 2020-21 unaudited actuals. Jesus.
Okay, so members of the board, we present to you the unaudited actuals. We have closed the books and we are bringing to you how we closed the books. This is 2021 school year, and it's a summary of all the different funds and all the different expenditures and balances that we had. So on the next slide, we basically want to remind you where we are. So we adopted the budget for the 21-22. You adopted that on June 24th, and we are bringing the closure of 2020-21. So this document that the unaudited actuals compares those two school years. So that's where we are right now. And we will then go on from here to the first interim that will have all the activity from July 1st to October 31st. And at that moment, we will then be making any adjustments to the budget that you adopted for 21-22 based on how this unaudited actuals ended up. And in December also, we will be then bringing the audit report that will contain all of this activity. So one thing that I would like to, in the next slide, is that big for us is that we continue as a basic aid funding tax revenue through 2020-21. So as you remember, 2 years ago, we were, are we going to be basic aid? Are we going to go back to LCFF? Now we, at the budget development, according to the calculations and with the assumptions that we have right now, we anticipate continuing as a basic aid school district. One interesting thing, though, is that at closing of the books, we realized that the taxes that we were projecting as of P2 in the spring came short by about 200K, and but we also have in our budget one-time big dollars that we have gotten as state dollars, being the expanded learning opportunities grants that helped us get many good initiatives to support and invest on our infrastructure for continuing the learning. And we also have federal dollars that most recently we got the American Rescue Plan that brought us the ESSER funds at about 857K. So these are big dollars that contrasted with our projection that of taxes that came a little short. That is being my basic aid school district, that is what keeps us moving forward with a very, very good the next slide will a very, very good idea of what this is going to be. So this Form 01, this sea of numbers reflects, again, our revenue against our expenditures and how we close the books with 2021 unaudited actuals and how that compares with the budget that we have currently approved. As I told you, now that 21-22, and then in the rightmost column, the different changes between the actual audited, unaudited actuals and what we have currently as a budget. That is going to be then adjusted at first interim. You can see the big changes in each and every one of those lines, revenue against expenditures. But the very important part is on the next slide, where we see a variance of about 1.3 million that as an increase of what we had predicted, which leaves us with an ending balance of 6.7 million. Very healthy prospect in here, and this is what how we closed the books. And as you see, projected into 21-22, and with the assumptions that that we had, we continue to see that we anticipate a healthy perspective also. So this is the next slide is a detailed June 24th, the June 24th multi-year projections, which are for the in tune with what we were expecting. No big surprises, nicer surprises at the closing of the books that at this particular time, and so that they all are in line of what we were expecting. Now, with all this good news, with all this that we have, and because we are a basic aid school district, you authorized me, the board authorized me to borrow money because we only get the taxes in December, January, or in the spring. And with the end balance as we had it on the next slide, I shared with you how that would be happening. I highlighted in red in there that by November, because of the time that we get our taxes, we would be getting dangerously low in cash. And that's why I asked from the board to authorize me to get a tax revenue anticipation note for about 2 million, 2,045,000, which got just recently funded in late August. And you see that immediately we're expecting by January, we would be getting our taxes, and then with our cash goes up. So that's where we and we are getting this loan at 2%. That but that will help us get through being solvent with all of our obligations, our fiscal obligations. that is then on the next slide, I give you where the other funds are. And the adult fund, the ending balance is 148,000. We're part of a consortium, and that is healthy in there. The child development is where we fund 12. We all end up with positive balances. Cafeteria fund, Fund 13. That one is one that gets a contribution because this for the past few years and because of the pandemic, we are not that fund. We don't anticipate it to end up in the black. So there is always a contribution. So that contribution that we made of 237,000 now leaves it with an end balance of $8,000. And deferred maintenance, special reserve, those are dollars that that's the fund that we have 74,000 in there that we had anticipated and for some other use, but we don't have any defined. So for all intents and purposes, those 74,000 are part of the fund balance. It's but they're currently sitting on special reserve. And the building fund that last summer we sold part of Measure M. So it's sitting with $41 million. This is are the dollars which are earmarked for the building of the El Granada, and so that they're ready to go move forward with the project that the board approved for El Granada and our Fairland View. And then we have a capital facilities fund, which is where we are keeping all of the developer fees or any other thing that is earmarked exclusively for construction. That we will be using those for construction. We'll add to the other one, and just the bond interest and redemption, which is on Fund 51, that it's end balance at $9 million. So these are the other funds that you have seen, all of that thick 1 inch of paper, which sliced one way and another by object, by goal, by function. It's the same information sliced in different ways, which is what you looked at. So this is, in a nutshell, a very healthy closing of the books, and it puts it in perspective of what our current budget is, and that will be then be modified at first interim that I will be bringing to you in December. So if you have any questions, this is the information I had for you and how we closed our books.
Thanks, Jesus. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Other way.
I'll say
second.
Kimberly and second Sophia. Thank you.
Questions
you.
for Jesus?
Thank you, Jesus. I do have a question. Was the extra funds, the 1 point, okay, so it's a two-part question. Last board meeting, we had a discussion item and public comment on how to use some of those one-time funds.
Mm-hmm.
Was that the 1.7 million?
That the 1.7 million is the overall, the total at the end of all of those things, which includes the all of the funds. So
Okay, so
1.7.
is that rolled into the totals that we
Yes.
saw here?
It's rolled all to the totals. So what fund balance is just everything rolling to a fund balance.
Okay,
That's what that means, is that one unrestricted and restricted rolling.
okay. So for, so what I would just want to acknowledge that, yes, we had that very limited discussion last month in terms of, and I know you said you might need some money for ventilation. I just wanted to kind of name that into the space that we started that conversation. We're now looking at our unaudited actuals. Got that. When will we pick up the thread? Is that something that you're going to come back to us with a proposal for how you'd like to see that money spent?
So the proposal for how to spend those dollars, the fund balance is, it's the board's determines that. Like if you authorize, say, an increase on salaries, then that you would be authorizing any superintendent to negotiate, and then that would come out of those fund balances. If you authorize it's basically those dollars are available for use, and as the board would determine that it could be used. Now, it is we would be meeting what a good fund balance like that says that we can use those dollars for any purposes that are determined by the board. Now, let me go back to what we would need to do for HVAC, for what we're doing right now. The one-time dollars that we are having right now, I'm using some of those one-time dollars to pay for that, which are, in this case, I'm doing some state, some federal dollars to pay for those things. That absent of those dollars would have to come from from that end balance, from the unrestricted.
Understood. Yeah. Thank you.
Fortunately, we have that right now. Otherwise, it would come from there.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And so as we, I appreciate all your work on this, and it's so uplifting to see that we've got some healthy ending balances, different from where we were a couple of years ago. So that's exciting. And I'm hoping that it can be a yes and. Yes, raise the base for teachers. Yes, improve teacher pay, and institute some programming that helps all of our population across the board. So, as Leticia named, we've got ALIS for K1, great programming, but then we still have grades 2 through 5 for elementary, and to have connectivity in our enrichment programs and those other pieces that connect between elementary, middle, and high school. So I look forward to those chance to talk about those things.
So picking up on that too, Jesus, I'm curious because we previously referred to because our imbalances are healthy in large part because of this emergency funding that we're getting from various sources, because we are deficit spending in out years without that. I want to just, number one, make sure we keep that in mind. And number two, keep in mind some areas of investment we talked about besides, programming per se, things that are going to be state mandated, including the expansion of TK. That's going to be a cost to us because we're not ADA based at this point for the foreseeable future. Free meals, I think for this year also are an investment that we have to make, which I'm happy to, but I think I'm curious if that's included there. knowing that we'll also probably get a lower reimbursement than we had in the past. So I know we were always paying from our general fund because the reimbursement wasn't commensurate to what the costs were, because forms aren't getting filled out and so on. This year, I think we can expect it to be lower, I'm guessing. So perhaps our costs for free meals will be even higher. I know we still had that pesky vacation accrual payoff that was pointed out by FICMET a while back. Other kind of investments we want to make in maintenance in terms of our facilities and such, as we know, maintaining things before they break is a lot more cost effective an investment than fixing it afterwards or rebuilding it afterwards. So kind of related to Kim's point is like, are you thinking like, when is the right time where you're going to come to us with recommendations about, how those things fit in, even if it's like placeholders to say $1 million for some programs that we're doing now that we'll want to continue. We don't know what they are, but we know we're going to want to continue something from these kind of smaller scale experiments, if you will.
I will work with Superintendent McPetrich to get the guidance and move forward and bring to you what proposals there would be. But I would like to go back, Rosie, if I may, to the multi-year projections of our current budget, 21-22. And if I may I just would like to show to the board that as we look into our, it's the, go one more, there. If you look at the total surplus and deficit, for 21-22, $500,000 at the end, our revenue is ahead of our expenditure. And if you go into 22-23, with the assumptions that we have in there, even though we have a large end balance, that very line indicates that our expenditures and our revenue are not quite. It's only 55,000, and going into 23-24, it goes the other way. So this is going back to what Sophia was saying, that we stay vigilant of our spending habits, and that we really make the best of every dollar that we have, so that we then at the end of the day really take good care of our practices, our spending practices, and that would be reflected always in that the revenue against the expenditures. So with that in mind, we may say that we can still have high balances, but that line is the one that reflects how we are managing our resources. So I would, 2 years out, we're always saying like, that's 2 years out. We don't know what's going to happen, and that we don't know what's going to happen. It's in a good way, like we might be in another windfall, and then we are, with more funding, but we may not. So it's just that word about that line, and that would reflect what we are doing. So now the reserve, as you have it, in there, the unassigned reserve as calculated with the assumptions that we had, it looks healthy, but also we need to be mindful of that total surplus or deficits as we move forward.
So on that, Jesus, I'm glad you brought up this slide again, because one of my questions was on this. There's also assumptions that are made in these multi-year projections. And so I was wondering if you could kind of outline some of those. And I know
Certainly.
sometimes in the past, you make assumptions that are very conservative, which we appreciate, because then when the year comes, we end up with more. But that's also something good to keep in mind when you look at the number, oh, it's going to be 36,000 over for this, for the third year out. But then what are the assumptions that we're making to come to those numbers? And then I had some more specific questions on the budget that maybe I can ask you after.
Well, the assumptions with which this was built is, of course, that very conservative 2%, but also 2% increase in property tax.
Each year.
Is that 2% what we just saw that didn't hit? That was under in a different slide? Was
No. That was the actual amount of revenue. We were expecting, 200,000 more, and ends up being 200,000 less. Now,
to Mary Beth's point, just to clarify, Jesus, then like our assumptions were overestimates in that case, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
That makes sense.
But like the good year where we anticipated it was going to be a 2%, which is there was a year that we ended up with a 6%, and that was the year that I came to you in October, and I said we got 1 million, and then in November 17th there was another million, a higher revenue. So it ended up being at 6%. We had anticipated a 2% and had built a budget in those terms. So that's and we also had for each and every one, we take the information that from the May revised, and then that's what we apply to these numbers. And we look into the CalPERS, CalSTRS, and then all of the different things like that we know that in May. That's what we bring to you for a budget in June. So those assumptions are the ones that we build the budget with and that we bring to you. Now, what does not change much is our expenditures and our revenue. Our revenue may change, but our expenditures really do not, because they're kind of set as far as personnel are. Once September, October kicks in, we have set, for the most part, a good 90% of our staff is hired, and we have that set. So built with May revised assumptions for the different years, and 2%. That's what that we put in there for the out years renders these numbers. So this is what we have, which will be then based on what we will know by December. It will be what we actually by the end of October, and any other revenue that we might get if we do get other revenue, unrestricted or restricted.
So one of the questions that I'd sent to you, but we can just talk about these now. Because this is kind of what I always do when I get these budgets, is I look at comparison numbers and look at kind of differences. And then usually I just ask Jesus these questions online, but since that didn't, on the emails, that didn't happen, if it's okay, maybe ask a couple of them right now, Jesus?
Yeah, I sent you the the answers, but
Oh, I didn't see those. Sorry.
okay, go
I
ahead.
think,
That means you
honestly,
have it really easy then.
I think Jesus may have sent them to me to send to you, and we started to talk about them, Freya, but we didn't get to them.
Oh, okay.
But great for the public to hear this.
Yeah, I looked at my emails the rest of the afternoon, so sorry, I didn't see anything.
Okay.
So one was the difference, there was a difference in other local revenue from the projected budget to the unaudited actuals from the previous year of 800,000, a reduction. And I just was wondering what that came from. And was that, like, my guess was local PTO funding, because it was probably a hard year for them to raise money. But I wanted to have that confirmed. And if so, I had a question about it kind of ongoing as well then.
Okay, so those 800,000 that about 323,000 are from the interest that we had from the money that you allowed me to borrow last year. I borrowed $14 million because the ERAF was taken away from us and then returned to us.
So we actually got some money from that. We
got
other local revenue.
Right.
Okay.
So
okay.
that was,
so and we don't have it anymore because that money's already gone.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's those about 300,000 and about $108,000 were part of a one-time revenue that is added on the state and federal, and then some PTOs and grants and local grants
that were reduced.
Yeah, but the bulk of it was that interest and then some of the one-time dollars, state and federal dollars.
So about 300 or 400,000 of that might have been those PTO monies that we might still get in another year.
That we might still get 300-ish to 4,000.
Right.
Yeah.
So even though we estimated the 800,000 not happening, some of that actually might come back. It sounds
right.
Like. Okay.
Some of that might come back. Yeah.
Okay. And then there was an increase in the unemployment insurance. It was a couple 100,000. I was wondering what that was referring to.
In April, we hear the news that the EDD, the Employment Development Department, raised the rates from 0.05% to 1.23%. And then we all went like, what?
So was this a state solution? Because
that's a state.
Trouble funding their own programs or something?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Another one of those, pass it on to the districts that.
Right. Pass it on to the districts. But since it has been rectified, and then when the revolt happened in Sacramento, they said, okay, we'll get some of the one-time dollars to support that, and it has been changed. So at first interim, that will be one of the changes.
Oh, so we'll actually get that money back.
Some.
Okay. Well, that's
some,
good.
Not all, but some.
And then there was also a somewhat significant increase in the payment to the county office, and I was just wondering what that was for.
That actually is going back to where we were. We had less expenditures because of the pandemic, and so we're going back to the 400,000 instead of the 200 some, because that is what we anticipate.
Okay.
We just did not spend as much this during the pandemic as we closed the books.
Okay, so, and then there was the special account, the Student Activity Special Revenue Fund, which I think was new this year.
It is new. It's a new way of accounting for the ASB, the Associated Student Body.
Oh, okay. I didn't know what that was.
Yeah, that's new this year, and in the SACS software that we now account for the Associated Student Body.
Okay.
Accounts in there.
Thank you, Jesus. Sorry, I didn't see your responses earlier.
Okay, so that's
everybody to know that I'm really looking at all these numbers.
Well, it's good questions, very good questions as to how this is built and the intricacy. One thing really is interesting as part of all this, the resolution that you just passed. Last year, we had an excess of $4 million, which in the calculations that you saw there, they're kind of intricate calculations, but those are what we put forward. The calculation that to get to this year, we to zero, and the resolution that you passed is like we didn't go beyond the GAN limit, which is taking control of all of those revenues that we have, and then calculating with the projected revenue with and then determining whether we're going to be exceeding the GAN limit or not. Last year, I had to report to the Department of Finance that we had 4 million, extra, gone beyond the GAN limit, and the Department of Finance, would have said like, okay, all of this comes into and might be going back to the taxpayer. Well, we are a small agency compared with the super agencies that put bigger amounts of dollars. But the following year, this year, we do not. We do not exceed the GAN limit. Interesting things that we have.
And it is very nice to see that we've got a nice, healthy reserve.
Yeah.
So, appreciate that.
Jesus, I know that there had been some relief on the STRS and PERS. Do we see that going up again, or what's the fix there?
It will go back up, and that is that is in this budget.
Okay.
It's contemplated as it is projected. It's in here.
And Jesus, just to confirm, this multi-year projection that you're showing us here is the same one you showed us in June, correct?
This is our current
And so
budget.
all the assumptions you showed us in June are there. So if we want to
Exactly.
kind of double check the details, we can look back at the different assumptions.
Yep. And this this
thought.
current budget is the one against which is our actuals, our unaudited actuals are compared. Thank you, Rosie.
What's really sad to me is that as good as that looks compared to how it used to look, we're still taking out a loan. I mean, it's not as big of a loan as we used to be taking out, but it's kind of a bummer that we're still having to take out a loan.
So only $40,000 of interest. Come on. I'm being sarcastic. Sorry.
I know.
It's liquidity, which is
cash flow. Cash flow is the different concept from budget.
I guess
people also important.
I mean, it would be okay if people just want to take no pay for, a few months, and then we can pay them a lot more next year. I guess that would work for people.
If taxes came in earlier, that would help, but that'll throw everything else off.
I don't think people would be happy with that. Can I go back to what Sophia brought up earlier with the vacation accrual payoff that we have to do? It seems like that's been hanging over our head for a while, and I just wonder if there's any kind of timeline or anything about that's going to happen with that.
With this, and in consultation with superintendent, I want to bring to you a plan to get that taken care of, pay that vacation liability.
If I can speak to this, I mean, I think this is what we're always talking about, being in balance. 2 years ago, we were totally out of balance. FCMAT and the county said you're at risk of receivership, and we had to make all these cuts and projections and savings, which was great for fiscal discipline and was great for us to think outside the box about solar and working with partners to offset costs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then basic aid happened, and okay, we're in a better place. But going forward, that's a bad debt, because every year that piles up, it's going to be more money in the future. So if we don't pay that debt off, that's more money that eventually we're going to have to pay off. It's bad debt. So I have talked to Jesus about this. I've talked to you about this. You want to pay that bad debt off. And does that mean less money maybe in balance for all the other things we've been talking about? Programs, salaries, et cetera, et cetera. Yes, but you want to pay that bad debt off. So my hope is that you know, if we wind up getting in a position where you do have reserves, we come back to a discussion with you and back to what Kim was talking about, you want to be able to look at, okay, how would you spend money? Is some of it going to be paying bad debt off so the family is in a better place or our house is in order? Is some of it going to be for salaries like Mr. Reardon was bringing up, rightfully so? I want everybody to hear that. Yes, we want to recruit and retain. That's the thing that we have to do to be in balance. Is some of that going to be used for programs and experiences for kids? Absolutely. Is some of that going to be offsetting what PTOs have paid in the past that we're going to pay, which we have been working on that trend? Now you saw me bring those back as budget recommendations in the spring. So yeah, I mean, Mary Beth, you're right on the money. Sophia, you brought that up earlier. I'm glad we're putting a pin on that. Hopefully, Mr. Contreras can come up with a plan about how we'd pay off that $400,000 in bad debt.
Great. I'd love to see a plan for that. And the other thing that Sophia said earlier too, that I want to reiterate for myself is the, you know, thinking about the programming. I know we are getting a lot of money now, and what, you know, we want to continue. I don't want to be left in the dark for something we want to continue that we didn't plan for. So I just want to make sure we're thinking about that as well.
So Leticia and I are constantly working about and thinking about that way. Okay, so we build, we fund this part, but when the money is not here, what do we want to be sustainable? And you know, when the one-time dollars are gone, what's going to be that we will sustain? So
we won't fall off the cliff when that one time is gone.
And then with all the conversation that you had earlier about what works, what doesn't work, that's what Leticia and I are constantly dialoguing about it.
Great.
I call it arm wrestling when I see it, because you got the CBO with fiscal discipline saying, how are you going to pay for that ongoing? And you've got Leticia saying, we've got to do this for kids. And you've got me saying, okay, we've got to take some to the table for our employees too. And yes, we got to pay off the bad debt. So there's this constant, how do you address all the different values? It can't be just one value. It's a balancing act. It's juggling. And I just want to say, you know, over the last 2 years, this has been where we've got, I mean, FCMAT, when FCMAT called me last year or gosh, not even a year ago, when FCMAT called me in December after we were able to offer employees 3% in 1920 and 3% in 2021, they said, we've never seen anything like it. You know, we were in a really bad place a year and a half ago, and then now you're in a better fiscal position, but you want to stay there. And so I think this is always going to be, and I really appreciate, you know, I got to say it, I appreciate Sean Reardon and Stig Lynn always checking in with me and saying, Sean, we're going to be watching and we need to do this for employees. And I get it. I mean, that's us communicating about that. I get it. And I want to make sure that employees know, look, we're not going to get to this part immediately, but we can plan incrementally over time to continue to provide, but we can't go bankrupt again. I mean, we can't.
Yeah. So we'll stay in tune with that deficit and surplus line, you know, continuously.
And you'll have Jesus arm wrestling Leticia and me saying, this, show me the money. How's that going to be expended? This is what it's going to do. I mean, we're constantly having this debate internally and with you as a board and with our employees.
And one comment I would make, when we compare Cabrillo to other districts, we're a small district. And so we're a small district in the Bay Area. So there's high cost of living, and, you know, you would think it would be easy to fund everybody at the same level. When we have schools that are small, there's an overhead and administration, and even for offering programs, that is more costly than when you have 600 or 800 kids in an elementary school. So I think we're all in violent agreement that we want the very best for all of our students. And we're having to work within constraints. So, thinking about what it means, sometimes it's really hard and it's a mismatch to try to compare one district to another district. But within our own ecosystem, we can be creative. We can figure out how to, I believe, work within our means, give raises, and make some of these decisions to have sustainable programming for the arts or for technology or science. These things are possible. And so I just kind of wanted to name that into the space. We haven't talked about the facilities and maintenance costs lately, but at some point it might be nice just to have a review of what are our operational costs. I know it's all buried in there, but I would like to have that conversation to know about what the operational costs are for each one of the campuses. Sophia mentioned it's easier to pay for something before it's broken than fixing it later, when we're maintaining. But it might be reasonable for us to talk about what it costs to, for operations at the high school and Pillarcitos and Hatch and El Granada and Fairlawn Review and Kings Mountain. So each one of these, start to, rather than just look at the full aggregate, understand what some of those differences are. And so that's just kind of put a future request out there.
Okay. Oh, very good.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this 2 years ago when we were talking about cost per pupil, and I decided to break it down by take the number of pupils, take operations. This is it, cost per pupil. There is a difference in economy of scale. Cost per pupil is higher in certain places, but we also agreed as part of geographical equity to talk about maintaining our schools, even if they're small, because we need to take care of our people wherever they are and make decisions based on that. So I think that is sort of like the standard. And then you say, okay, well, what's this happening? Well, I can tell you that there's a bunch of costs that we spend on tree removal, on properties that we own, and that's just a loss to us. So if we can take that and convert that to a value for workforce housing that helps recruit people, and you guys have been talking about that, the real estate committee, and then if we get that looking at, there's investments you can make and decisions you can make that can lower your costs. The solar is a great example. Freya and I were in the environmental committee yesterday, and I think Freya brought up the idea that, or one of the students did, well, what is our electrical? How can we look at the offset for solar? When solar is done in 2022 and we get that installed at Hatch and Pillarcitos and district office and more at Cunha, you'll start to look at, are those good investments because it can bring more money to other things going forward, longstanding. So yeah, we're never going to be able to give you as much data as we'd want to give you because we'd have to hire up and staff up to just do more and more number crunching, but we're trying to develop a system on how to report that to you about where to place your bets so that we get more return that we can give to our students and our staff.
Fair enough. Anything else?
This is an action item.
Let's vote.
Mary Beth,
Aye.
Freya,
Aye.
Sophia,
Aye.
Kimberly,
Aye.
Sarah,
Aye.
passes 4+1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last item. Approval of increases and title changes to non-bargaining unit salary schedule.
Okay, so I'm going to present on this. The memo says the current non-bargaining unit salary schedule has been updated with 3 changes, and you would have seen this list. And basically, it gets to the whole notion of what we were talking about before. Jesus is subbed, Leticia is subbed. I got to sub last Friday. We're having a real problem getting substitutes. And I remember, I'm going to give credit where credit's due. Kathleen, I think I said this at the top of the meeting. Kathleen Wallace said, hey, you got to get your sub rates up. Shannon Murray, bless you, Shannon, if you hear me. I'm going to give a shout out to you. She emailed me a couple weeks ago. Hey, we need to pay our subs more. We need to deal with this. So one is that we've moved the substitute teacher daily rates to remain competitive. And the way that Jason and his team did this is they looked at the coast side, Pacifica, Pescadero, La Honda, and us. And our sub rates now will exceed, to be competitive, they will exceed Pescadero, La Honda, and they will exceed Pacifica. Then when you look at how they compare to over the hill, as I think people call it, it gets us closer, not to the center, but it gets us closer to being more competitive with over the hill. But it definitely gets us more competitive. It'll be higher, as I understand, not just Pacifica, La Honda, not just Pacifica, not just Pescadero, La Honda, but also Jefferson Union, which is kind of on the coast side too. So there's the substitute teacher daily rates. They went from 147 a day to 185 a day. For the regular substitute teacher, for a substitute teacher long-term assignment with a minimum 10 consecutive days, it goes from 174 to 220. The CUSD retired substitute rate, teacher rate goes from 202 to 205. It doesn't move that much, but in a CUSD retired substitute teacher long-term assignment, 10 or consecutive days, goes from 225 to 240. And again, this has been benchmarked into sort of round numbers instead of these crazy like numbers so that people can understand it. 185 a day, 220 a day, 205 a day, and 240 a day. That's one item. Second, the hourly rates for certificated assignments have been increased to reflect the certificated hourly rates appearing in the newly increased CUTA salary schedule. So when the new CUTA salary schedule was approved by you and we finalized that contract finally, now we can take our credentialist specialist, our non-credentialist specialists, and CELT, how do I say that? CELT teachers. It's the English language.
LPAC.
Yeah. And the detention supervisor, home hospital teacher. These are all rates that would move with the CUTA thing. So that got moved. And then finally, there's previous titles of Dolphin Club Lead After School Tutor and Dolphin Club After School Tutor have been changed to Expanded Learning Lead After School Tutor and Expanded Learning After School Tutor for future assignment flexibility because we have money. So it's not just Dolphin Club. It could also be applied to that expanded learning that we have as a funded, grant funded thing this year, but we could hope to look forward with our equity stance going forward about providing more resources. So we are happy to bring this revised non-bargaining unit employees. This started with me saying we got to get our sub rates. I've heard it from many people. We got to get our sub rates. This is something we've had to fix for many years. And then it sort of was reflecting CUTA and then reflecting the move from Dolphin Club to expanded learning. And so we would recommend approving these increases because it'll get more money to the people we need to get in our classrooms.
Thank you. And this is an action item, so I'll take a motion in a second.
So moved.
A second.
Second.
Open it up for discussion, questions.
No questions. I'll just say yes, please, for sure. Fully in support. And also just to add a comment that just raising rates alone isn't going to magically have candidates appear at our doorstep. I think it's recruiting people to these positions needs to be a community effort where we're all now aware of the need. We're all now aware of the terms. If we could get a little bit more familiar with the requirements and just we need to sell this to our networks and recruit people from whatever positions we're in. If we're parents, board members, staff, obviously our HR department will do what they can as well. But this is a small town, especially in, even on the coast side. And we know people in general tend to find jobs by word of mouth, not necessarily by job listings, although that definitely helps. So let's spread the word and recruit.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm hearing from high school superintendents this morning again is that everybody is suffering with substitute teachers. You can't just say, oh yeah, you know, increase the money and hire the substitute teacher. A substitute teacher has to have a college degree. And they need to pass a CBEST, the California Basic Educational Skills Test, which is mathematics, reading, and writing. It's like a 3-hour exam, I think, if I'm not mistaken. But it's not always easy for everybody. And so there's another thing where you could be a college graduate, and if they look at your transcript, and Mike Carey and Jason Owens and the county do this, they can look at your college transcript. And we just got a former student just recently applied, wanted to be a sub, and we could look at his transcript and say, actually, you don't have to take the CBEST. So we would encourage anybody with a college degree, you want to substitute for, you know, more or less $200 a day.
And also, I think part of that too is making it a great place to work for people when they come into substitute. We know substitutes don't always get the best treatment from our kids, but you know, just having been in school environments, it can be a rough job. So the more we can make them feel supported and welcome in our school so that they will come back, I think that also can help.
My experience was last Friday morning in a music classroom. I felt very welcome. And the kids treated me really well. And I know Mr. Contreras subbing in a Spanish classroom at Half Moon Bay High School a few weeks ago, and Leticia subbing. Look, we feel this pain. And this is a national shortage. This is a California shortage. I appreciate Gavin Newsom and the legislature trying to like increase the pipeline of people, but this is a long time of deferred. This is like a deferred maintenance conversation again. We have not invested over the years, and now we have a teacher shortage. And maybe this is going to change, but it's not going to be overnight. So we will continue to post positions on the Chamber of Commerce website. I reached out to ALAS, Ayudando Latinos a Soñar, because quite frankly, we want to find more Spanish-speaking employees to match our students. And I've talked to Jesus about talking to the Mexican consulate in Sacramento to see if we could like tap more Spanish-speaking college-trained folks there for these immersion openings that you heard at the top of the hour or the top of 4 hours ago. We want to do everything we can, but it's not going to be easy, but this is a first step.
How far off are we with the over the hill pay? I mean, it would be nice to be able to draw from that pool too.
I think it's a good question, Mary Beth. We won't get median there, because I think that is the question too. It's like what Kim was saying about apples and oranges. Jesus will always say, well, you can't compare us to San Mateo Union High School District because they are deep basic aid. They've got decades and decades of saving money and being able to just have so much money. I've got a good friend who works in Mountain View. I mean, she makes a huge amount as a salary as a teacher there. It's a different district.
So we're not $20 off is what you're saying.
No.
It's a lot bigger divide than that.
Okay. And that's the other thing too. I mean, the geographical, and Kim has mentioned this many times, the geographical comparison is very difficult because who wants to drive over the hill? But I can tell you that, you know, we might get people who might look at up and down the coast and say, oh yeah, now we're paying the most. But this will be keeping up with the Joneses all the time, right? We need to be able to revisit this and bring this back every year. Because my hope would be that going forward, we're going to provide employees a raise every year. That would be my goal.
Just because we're basic aid now doesn't mean we quit talking to Sacramento. Unless the LCFF, if the LCFF formula changed, even if we went back to LCFF and there was a locality pay index, which this state desperately needs, right, it would help the Bay Area and especially help us.
You know, I mean, I'm just going to say, you know, I'm rather cynical about that ever happening. Sadly, I don't want to forego hope. And and Kim, you're exactly right. Living in the Bay Area, when people tell me, hey, we don't pay enough, I want to say, well, yeah, we don't pay enough, but the rent's too damn high.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a factor. Why is it hard to recruit and retain here? Because the coast side is gentrifying and the rent's too damn high and there's not enough housing.
Yep.
Sorry if that's too brutal and too blunt, but I remember that guy in New York who said the rent's too damn high, right? So this is a big deal. I mean,
You're just queuing up our conversation on real estate for next month. So
hey, the rent's too damn high. All right.
Anything else? Okay, let's vote, Rosie.
Mary Beth,
Aye.
Freya,
Aye.
Sophia,
Aye.
Kimberly,
aye.
Sarah,
Aye.
4+1. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. That concludes things here. Future events coming up to put on your calendars. September 15th is the school finance office hours. Unaudited actuals is what they're going to cover, and it's on via Ring Central at 4:30, and that's September 15th, 4:30. September 15th as well, after that school finance office hours, is the budget advisory meeting. That takes place at 6:30, and that was also on Ring Central. And then September 21st and 28th, a family engagement series, community resilience model, that'll be on Zoom at 7 o'clock. And then October 14th will again be a regular board meeting, scheduled to be in the CUSD boardroom at 6 o'clock, back in person as of how it's looking now.
I should speak to that. There are some bills out there about potentially maintaining this kind of COVID scenario where board meetings can continue to be with Zoom. But yes, thank you. I hope I can say that, Mary Beth. You are right. Currently, after September 30th, we have to go back to the boardroom. If it changes, I would recommend you stay remote because I think there's issues with having the public when you can't figure out if they're vaccinated. For that matter, I'm going to ask the board probably to provide me with vaccination documentation just for the good of the order, so sorry to interrupt.
No, it's fine. I'm happy to provide it. That's it. Meeting is adjourned. Can I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Oh,
I'll take Kimberly and Sophia.
we're both pretty
Mary Beth.
excited.
Mary Beth,
Aye.
Freya,
Aye.
Sophia,
Aye.
Kimberly,
Aye.
Sarah,
Aye.
4+1. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you for your participation, everyone, and congratulations to the 6 of you that have stayed on for the whole meeting. Although I know the rest of them will probably come back and watch it later on YouTube. So thank you so much for attending, as always, and we'll see you next month.
Thanks to you all.
Aye.
Thanks.